Greetings, Greymane.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, not my usual streaming time, I know. About 2 days, but mega bored, and I was in here today doing some fixing up on this character. Just wanted to really try it out, and what I wanted to do was kind of push to the end of maybe the chapter 7 one. No, right up to chapter 8. And maybe doing some of the witches quests. But I learned a lot about the gears, messing about with them. Unfortunately, they just go to level 3. I assumed at one stage I could get them up to 15, but that's not how it works. So let's give it a shot. Now, first of all, I've been working on the shield, so I need some bloodstone. Not a lot, but before we get that, we'll max out the shield. The shield is here. Yeah, it's better than the other one. This one here. So I need a bit on that, obviously. Kind of hard to see it because of the shield I have. But I think I could do maybe about another 20 bloodstone. Yes, you are, Terry. Yeah, I just did a kind of random stream. A bit bored and spent a couple of hours testing this guy here. I've gotten rid of the spirit and I'll eventually fix this one. I need a good two-handed, and these are the only things with, what is it? Yeah, there's like 5 slots. They kind of force you to go on a certain build on this. Yeah, I'm not going to Skyrim it, you know, where I'm going to kind of max out on everything, so I did find that maybe the damage reduction would definitely help. So I've gone big into damage reduction on this, but still haven't got my hands on a witch to improve the weapons. But taking a lot less damage will be helpful anyway. Yeah, it's not too bad here. It's still not ideal, but it's not too bad. I did sacrifice 0.6% of health regeneration, but that's not much. And the gourmet thing as well. That's just 15% on the food. Not really a biggie, I'd say. But that's on that one anyway. But I did go massively heavy into damage reduction. And defense is pretty decent, I'd imagine. So okay, let's max out the shield. We need some bloodstone. Then we'll do some of the story. And we'll just mess about. Explore for a little bit until I get tired. But this doesn't affect my my schedule streams out. I'll still honor those ones. Now, what did I say I wanted? Bloodstone, isn't it? Let's go and get some. Bloodstone. No, I do have that drill thing. That's maxed out, so I'm going to get as much as possible. I could do with some gears that could improve that, but I haven't found any yet. The witches are no help either. But hopefully I'll find some somewhere. There's got to be somewhere. If it is on market, and see if I can farm it. Now, we're looking for bloodstone. That's easy enough. The great thing about this game is once you discover something, it stays discovered. Let me see, it should pop out here. Yeah, there's one there. That's pretty close. We'll hit that one. So, if we can get about 20 to 30, yeah, that will do. Oh, hi. Hi, Wolf, how have you been? Yeah, wasn't too tired. And I've been messing about with my character, changing some things and trying to improve him a bit. And I kind of went heavy into the damage reduction in this. And the stats seem to be pretty decent. Changed the spear for that decent two-handed sword, so I wanted to try that one out. Eventually working my way up to maybe a two-handed build. Oh, nice, nice. So on this, what I wanted to do was I wanted to push a decent amount, let's say on the 7th chapter, see where that leads us, because we still got two pretty decent chapters left, and then the kind of finishing up chapters, and obviously push into the witches' quests as well. So with the defensive witches, I think I've gotten everything out from finding some, obviously, recipes and stuff. I think I've kind of figured out, what they're about, and did the best I could on this. But yeah, I could definitely do with something with a sword. So I'm fixing up the stag shield, and I'm short a tiny bit of bloodstone. So on this one, I want to do a little bit of farming of this, then we'll hit the main story, and if we have time, if I'm not tired enough, maybe push a little bit into the witches stuff. 11, yeah. Yeah, I've been so into fixing up this character, I haven't even, touched that yet. So you can use that big orc guy as a follower. Ah, so you can switch to that big guy. Yeah. So the quest I'm missing, the camp quest is probably his. Yeah, I'll show you. You know where you get every new guy in, you gotta do a little thing from. Where is it here? I was thinking as much, it must have been him. There's the faction quests. There it is, the commissions. So he's one I'm missing. Yeah, I wouldn't mind playing as the orc for a while. Yeah. He looks like a pretty decent tanky build. So I'm guessing he'll become available once I do his quest here. Yeah, I'll keep an eye out for that one. Okay, let's go and get that bloodstone. I want to just finish off the shield, and then we'll see how this guy does in combat. But I've pushed massively towards a kind of overpowered tank build. What I always do in these games, I really enjoy, really enjoy that build. If it was something more like Skyrim, I'd be going into bows and stuff as well, which are quite fun. Speaking of bows, I still haven't replaced that bow, but I'm sure we'll come across something. I haven't been using it a lot, so I'm not too bothered yet. Here, that's the one I wanted to get. And of course, looking out for more artifacts and messing about. So basically just messing around here, and we'll see where we can go, push into the story. But I must say I'm quite enjoying this game. They've made sure not to make it too overpowering. I did assume, because you could get level 15 in certain things, that you could literally get the gears up to level 15. But after successive attempts, you really can't get a gear past level 3. So it would require so many gears for just one discipline. It would ruin your build at the expense of everything else. So yeah, a good balanced build, I'd say. A mechanical dragon, nice. An Xbox gift card, nice. Right, I just need to farm some of this. About 20 should do. But anytime I see this, I'll just have to stop because I'm literally running dry in this. What I really, really, really need to do is get more health and stamina. I've already maxed out spirit. That's a witch thing, and yeah, they're gonna probably hold me for a good few chapters before they let me advance. Now we've got the elves were spirit. Apparently, Scholar Stone. I think it's health, isn't it? So the stamina guys must be somewhere else. So maybe really down far down the map, I suppose. I did do a bit of exploration way down here, and there's some other faction. Yeah, I think I was doing the caves. I think it's around here somewhere. And I'm nearly sure I've seen a kind of research symbol. I think that's some kind of boss that I couldn't handle. I'm going to try him shortly. Some kind of massive crab. Right, let's get this bloodstone. Just want to max out my shield, and then we're good. We do. We do have that kind of shopping center there. Right. Okay, maybe 2 or 3 more and then we're good. Oh, no, we can get some kind of close together. Let me see. We're going bloodstone, isn't it? Well, at least they show up pretty easily. That bloodstone. Oh, we never really did any more of the horses and stuff. There's still so much left to do in this. You know, no matter what you're into in a game, there's gonna be a good amount of this that will kind of appeal to you. I think I'm going blind. Where's the bloodstone? I'm sure I found a ton of this stuff. Yeah, environment should show up for me earlier. There's one there. Bloodstone. How far are we away from fast travel points? That's not bad. Okay, we'll get this one. It's near the witch. Yeah, we'll give it a shot. Yeah, I'm suffering, Terry, from a condition where I can't pronounce the word of that shop. For some unfortunate reason. But nice try. Right, just grab a few more bits and pieces and then we're off. So I want to, as I said, push the, what is it, the 7th chapter we're on. Maybe just before we hit the 8, and then that will give us plenty of room. Or more, just to open up more of the side quests, to be honest. Yeah, oh yeah, we were here before. Yeah, there was stuff here I didn't even bother collecting. Speaking of collecting, I haven't been using these this much. So I'll have to start finding those memories. So, pushing on the main story, hopefully doing a quest or 2 from the witches, and dabbling in everything, really. Pretty much. So much of this place I haven't seen yet. But from what I can see from armor, I'm just as well to stick with this. There's no real great benefit, except some might have a kind of built-in frost or fire resistance or something. This kind of looks cool. I think we'll probably stick with this one. And that was BGS. Oh, hang on, behind me. Yeah, but wasn't it Ramiro, Wolf? A guy called Ramiro. That basically did that game. And I think it was BGS that bought the rights from him or something, or was he working for BGS? I do remember because I read an article. Doom. You know the BGS Doom? Didn't they buy that or something? But Ramiro is the guy's name. I do know because I watched an article on him. He was talking about, the risks of, game companies failing. I think so, yeah. Himself and his wife it was. They were doing something on YouTube or something. But apparently he's living here now in my country. I think he's outside Galway City. Yeah. No, I don't know. I don't think it's that guy. No, it's just Ramiro, something Ramiro. It's just coincidence with the name, but it's not the famous director. Oh, that guy would be 90 now, would he? Yeah. No, you're on about the the zombie kind of guy. Yeah, no, not that guy. No, this guy would be probably a bit older than we are. Yeah. No, this is he's connected to the video game Doom. I'm not sure if he worked for a company to make it or he just made it and then sold it. Hmm. Yeah, it could. No, no, this guy is definitely. No, he's too young. I've never actually seen. I've never actually seen a picture of the director of those kind of movies, but I'm well aware of him. But I remember when I was a kid, he was directing movies. So yeah, he must be if he's not dead, he must be like 100 by now. No, this guy would be a little older than us, probably. I would say maybe he just looks old, but he's anywhere from his late 50s to his mid 60s. Hmm. He's still alive. You're joking me. Oh my god. Yeah, Mel Brooks. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, well, this guy anyway is connected to that game. Whether he wrote it or did something. Hmm. But Google him, you'll see what I mean. His name is Ramiro. Apparently he moved here some time back, and he's living somewhere around Galway City, apparently. Really? Oh my. Yeah? Yeah, I just, I was messing about with my character today, changing some stuff, and I wanted to check the build out, and I wanted to get something done, and I'm not too tired. I just felt like playing a game and maybe, having a chat. Could be John, yeah. But a quick Google would find it. You know my memory, guys. It was something, I was falling asleep and something, where it keeps spamming stuff on YouTube. And that guy came up. But apparently he's living here now in my country. I do know his name's Ramiro. He was with his wife, and he was basically talking Lama about how far the video game has been kind of pushing, and he was talking about the crash in the 80s of the video game industry, and he said he could probably see this happen again, but not to the same extent, that it did in the 80s, but, stuff will fail, and definitely over the next few years, they're going to be taking in a lot less revenue. That kind of stuff. Yeah. But apparently he had something got to do with the BGS game. I'm assuming it's the BGS game Doom. Yeah. Whether he was a dev that kind of created it for BGS, or whether he created it and kind of sold it to someone, But BGS are legendary for buying other people's property. Mm. That guy, yeah, it's probably him. Same with Todd. Ah, I see. Yeah, but an interesting character. Yeah, he's oldish. If he's not my age, he's probably more. Yeah, he's anywhere from late 50s, I'd say, to maybe late 60s. But seemed like a pleasant enough guy at glance. In one of I've never played them actually. No. Hmm. So what was he, Jaeger? As a matter of interest, was he the guy that just wrote it for did writing for a company kind of thing, or was he a guy that had a small company? Maybe had that as a small game. Some bigger guys seen him and kind of bought up the company kind of thing. Much like, let's say, BGS did with the Fallout series. Yeah. He founded ID Games. Ah. Yeah, so it was probably his game. And then, yeah, BGS got their hands on it. Oh, they've always done that, really, haven't they? Like, I think, like Fallout was, yeah, there was a couple of guys over that. I think they got a third party to do it. I think it was called Black Isle Studios. I'm not sure how far they went, and then they kind of sold to BGS. Yeah. What was that? Doom. Yeah, a couple of others. Yeah. But I think the only real successful game that BGS had that they literally created themselves would have been the Elder Scrolls, isn't it? They had Elder Scrolls and made a good bit of cash from that. And then they bought the Fallout series, which was a good move, to be honest. Hmm. So, whether you hate their version or love it, it was pretty successful. It did appeal to a big audience. Now, let's grab this stuff, guys. Yeah, I'm just finishing off my shield, and I did some major work on this guy. I've been itching to try him out. I don't want to waste materials on the two-handed guy on the back for a while, just the important stuff. Let's see if I can get maybe 2 more hits on these. That should be good. But if I see any in the future, obviously I'll pick it up because I'm extremely low on this stuff. Maybe one more hit might do. I'd say one more. Come here, you. I've maxed out the drill. Whatever I'm gonna get from that, I'm gonna get. I think it was worth it because you don't have to be scrambling too much. So what have we got? 24. I don't know, guys. That might be enough. Let's go back. We'll go back and we'll see. Is that enough to finish? And then what we'll do is anytime we'll see it, we'll just stop off and grab some. Is that enough to finish our little shield? No, not yet. He's there, but he doesn't come up. So I'm assuming that it's something got to do with the Grey Main Commission quest. Yeah. He's there. That's one of the reasons I'm pushing through the 7th chapter. I should be able to use him a bit sooner. Yeah, I thought so. Well, maybe around the 6th chapter or the 5th one, kind of halfway through the proper chapters. It's pretty much. I feel pretty much it's the same about the witches. I suppose I don't want you to become overpowered too quickly, but still, it would be nice to see what it's about. No.
Are you want something custom made? You
There
just tell me what you need.
And this will get me there, and I think one more. Yeah, we have enough. Yeah, it's a pity. Much like some games where you only get the best tools and weapons when the game is pretty much done. Yeah. I know exactly what you mean. Now, that's the last one I have to do, and that will put me up to 13. Still level 2. Yeah, okay. Let's go. That's it. That's the end of that. So I can't really see a better shield than that. Pretty much all the same, unless it gives me another socket, which I don't think the game works like that. That's what I want to do. Hunt all the sanctums and all of the runes. Yeah, there can be some nice junk there. But it's gotten to the stage now, to be honest, where I just really need another ring and a bow. Because I get the feeling no matter what I find, it's not going to be any better than what I have. Yeah, I don't think the game, from what I see from the weapons so far,
What's the big idea?
I prefer stuff with obviously passive effects. So here it is now, let me see. Yeah, there it is, it's maxed out. I'm happy at that. Yeah, that's the best we're gonna get in that. I've still got a slot empty. I'll get something. Well, I'll put it on that. So this is my stats, guys. I will get an extra 3 damage reduction when I use the shield, but what I found about this game, unless you're actively using something, it won't show the stats. I'll show you here. So you can see it here, and that's just the other stuff. The damage reduction is 9. But when I go into attack mode and use my shield, but I have to use my shield, it will get up to damage reduction 12. I've got, what? What have I got in defense? 127 in defense, and I've maxed out everything I can on that. Now, the cloak is, yeah, when I do find a cloak that I want, the original one from this, I'll get a few more defense from that because I'll max it out. But I've yet to see a cloak with a slot, so I'm thinking there's none there. So I had to be kind of careful with the slots I had. The way it works, from what I can see, with the fire resistance, that kind of stuff, you'd have to go really heavy into that. You'll get suits, let's say, that have a X amount on it. But if you're meeting a boss, let's say, like we did before with a heavy lightning or fire thing, you'd probably have to use another suit. Or some kind of potions. I said there's potions that would kind of work temporarily. That's why I really need to get into the witches. I want to keep this one. It would be too expensive to fix up a couple more. Yeah, especially like this. But I expected to use a lot more gears, but because they're kind of set at level 3, from what I can see, I can't blend 2 trees together, so I think that's it. Yeah. That's about the best we can get. Now, let's get rid of the stones we have left. Let's see. So, we'll push into the main story. Yeah, for the hell of it. I want to see, just get kind of well into it and maybe up to nearly finishing chapter 7. And hopefully they won't kind of force us too much to get right into the other chapter. Now, inventory. Yeah, there's a few things I just gotta get rid of. Yeah, I'll get rid of these and then we're off. Yeah, that's cool. Right.
Getting the materials.
Oh, before I go as well,
Get
my little horse thing. Yeah, that's what I want to do, all of them. Get done with the witches if I can, if it doesn't touch the main story. But I doubt that this after we deal with this witch is gonna push us more. Yeah, petting works on legendary horses and obviously using them. But I haven't seen any kind of effect from feeding them like the ordinary horses. Let's see if I've got any food for this one anyway.
Salutations.
We still have a lot to do with collecting these guys. We got food. Yeah, an apple will do. There. Let's see what she's got. Yeah, she only has 1 slot, the other guy had 2. Maybe when they're leveled out to number 5. Yeah, it could be something got to do with stamina or something. Yeah, but the other guy has 2, which makes him way more desirable. Oh, hi, Scantron. Pretty good, pretty good. Yeah, just had some time, wasn't feeling tired, and was messing about with my character today, changing some stuff and leveling him up a bit more, so I wanted to try him out. I wanted to kind of push a little bit on the 7th chapter, open up a few more of the side quests, and maybe if I had a bit of time, some exploring, or maybe even a witch's quest or 2. How long I'm going to be on for, I haven't a clue. But I've got a bit of flexibility because this isn't my official stream, so we'll see how it goes. I won't feel too bad if I get tired too quickly. Now, I really like that sparrow, guys. I think it's been my favourite one so far. It's small, it never gets in the way, and it's reasonably quick with a pickup. I know it's hilarious. You know, when a sparrow brings you a massive sword or shield, but still. I'm trying to get rid of those other books. I've already got copies of them. And 5:41. Yeah, we could even sleep a little bit, guys. But this was a good plan to give us plenty of room for this storage junk, because I would be lost without it. You're under no real pressure. Yeah, that works for me. I did get a pistol. I'll fix it up later. Do the other stuff, or else give it to Damien. We'll see how that one works. Let's see if this guy will let me sleep. A 12-hour sleep would be cool.
I can't sleep right now.
Fair enough. Okay, let's go do this. Back up here, and I can save. And then we'll see what we can do. That's it. So, let's see. Yeah, okay, we push a small bit into chapter 7, and then when that becomes a little bit old, too much, we'll hit one of the Santums. Okay, main quest. Yeah, there it is there. Well, we're already 50%, 57% into this. So, we've pretty much done these. So, the counterattack. All forces have gathered. Well, it's just as well I fixed this guy then, isn't it? Been reading on those riots in Belfast. I haven't seen much about it, Scantron, to be honest. I don't really watch local media. Yeah. Apparently some Ukrainian families fleeing the war got their houses messed up from all the nonsense. Oh yeah, the kind of backlash thing. It tends to happen. It would be much like if the anger is understandable, but the targets are unforgivable. It's like if you went, let's say to Japan, let's say you're American or Irish or British, whatever the case may be, you know, and you're living an honest life and you're paying your taxes and you're doing your thing, you know, helping their economy and helping yourself as well, and obeying the rules. And then some guy, you know, that has the same nationality of you as you, you know, does something really reprehensible, and then you get vigilante attacks. Yeah, a very human thing, unfortunately. People's anger tend to pile up, and as I said, there will be a lot of people taking advantage of a situation like that. But one must not ignore the situation that led us to this. You know, too much of a push, you know, on the system. It was bound to break, and these are the things that were bound to happen. All through history, you see this. You know, when something is pushed too far, and then the pushback starts to happen, you'll get people trapped. You know, it is. Yeah, what I find about the mob thing, you know, their anger is focused in the wrong place. Now, I don't condone violence in any way, and there's a way of fixing it if enough people got together. The problem is, enough aren't getting together. Their anger should be, and not in a violent way, and their frustration should be channeled towards the lawmakers, the people who follow practices that are unsustainable and that affect their lives, you know, and they should do that in a democratic way. It would take a lot of them to get together to do it, but you know, eventually they'll get there. But it's like if they could step back, you know, and see it from another perspective, you know. Let's say if someone that was involved in those riots and did that horrible thing attacking an innocent person. Imagine if they were in a country and they were working there legally and honestly, and that happened to them. They would have a way different perspective. They would consider themselves being a victim, you know. But when they're doing it on the other side, they're just being a good guy, you know. So it is a very complex situation, you know. But the people who commit crimes that are here, and I think every country would practice this. If you commit a crime and it's a really horrible crime, I'm not saying maybe you're hungry and you're shoplifting or something like that, but I mean a really horrible crime, and you haven't even become a citizen yet. Why would a country want you? You know, if a country was taking in people for whatever reason, surely it wouldn't be someone that would be a massive problem, because we have enough problems, you know. It's a lot of it, all right. About 50 to 55% of the outrage, the comments, and the stuff have all been proven to be bots. The platforms really don't do much to stop this, because it does, you know, it does fuel people's attention, and attention on these platforms equals money, advertising, and stuff like that. They have a certain amount of plausible deniability in this, like all media have, you know. But sure, yeah, there's people who are stirring it. Yeah, we have a word for it here in Gaelic, but I won't. It's rude. I won't repeat it, even though it is Gaelic. But there is a word for that. Yeah. But yeah, of course, this has been a staple of Russia, especially. You know, there have always been, you know, going way back, pretty expert propagandists and brainwashers and kind of narrative kind of thing. Yeah. Well, there had to be, really, because as a major power, an economic power, you know, they never measured up, so they kind of went more into espionage, stuff like that, you know. So they're pretty good at their job. Yeah. But it's up to everyone to use, I suppose, a certain amount of critical thinking. But basically, I don't know where I would consider myself to be. I'm assuming I'm in the middle somewhere. But that's really not my decision to make, is it? But if someone who is trying to be a citizen commits a really nasty crime, I would absolutely get them out of there, and they would pay, legally, obviously. And I would make sure that I would tighten up things a bit. That anyone, let's say, that wants to become a citizen or wants to live or work in my country would respect the law, and I think it's a reasonable request, and not be a burden on it, you know, because the countries, how could I put this? Responsibility, I think it's to its own citizens first. Now, you can taper that a little bit, you know, for humanitarian needs, obviously, but it cannot outweigh the needs of your own citizens, and I think it's been pushing too far, in my opinion. You know, and I consider myself to be reasonably neutral on each side. But again, that's not for me to say, is it? But that's my kind of take on that. But if I was running the show, it would be a lot different. Yeah. No. I was just we were just talking about some of the recent horrible events in Northern Ireland with Scantron. Yeah. You're not from there yourself, Scantron, is it? I think it's somebody else. You're based in Canada, isn't it, or somewhere in the US? No, what do we say? We're going doing that quest, isn't it? Common sense and logic needs to be used in situations like that, and I can't see the regulations, and well, the regulations are in force. It's just not. They're just not working because they're not being utilized. You know, the delays are too long. Way, way, way too long. Now, we are doing the quest. But no, I haven't been following it. A situation like that, you know, just knowing of it, you kind of know where it's going, you know. There could be some underlying things in that, maybe, you know, maybe whoever stoked that attack on those people had nothing got to do with it, had some kind of gripe, or maybe a past little argument or feud or some kind of thing. It's usually stirred by something like this. You see this a lot, let's say, when a country, let's say, judging by history, when a country becomes more authoritarian, let's say, and the government start, you know, being openly, you know, have an open tendency towards that. People will use the government or government agencies to literally be their army, you know, to carry out stuff like this. It was well known here during the occupation, where citizens here, let's say, that would have been important to the crown, yeah, would have been, you know, collecting taxes or whatever the case may be, could literally get away with crimes and really horrible things, knowing if they faced any kind of pushback, they had a literal country or a crown or an army behind them for maybe a small population of tiny population. A typical kind of thing. Cork. Yeah, oh sorry, that's right, yeah. Absolutely, yeah. Oh. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah. It wouldn't be a big ask, it's just that everyone be held to the same accountability. But if we're to talk about this honestly and realistically, if you were running a country, let's say, or let's dumb it down a bit. Let's say you're running a kind of closed community, Scantron. You know, like you see in some countries where, you know, you pay an extra due, and you know it's a walled off community. There's better security. You've got your own security guards, and you know everything is pretty cool. And if you got a family, let's say, that moved in that were constantly, you know, doing nasty things, and the majority of the community obviously, you know, would be upset because of this, and would impede them. You know, as a person who's caretaking or having a responsibility, even though it is, let's say, in that sense, true profit, which is a different reason, would you not try and remove this person from the community for the betterment of everyone else? This is the rules that we live by. You know, I can't see why we would compromise them. You know, that's kind of the way, I suppose, of looking at it. It is obviously a lot more complicated than that, but it was obvious to everyone, apparently, except the authorities, that such a movement on such a scale would create a lot of problems. A lot of problems. Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Well, it's always, let's say, the tiny minorities that are. When I say minorities, I mean in the sense the extremists. They will always speak the loudest. Sensible people, um, logical people, don't really feel the need to, or don't really get involved in that kind of thing. They outweigh uh, everyone else vastly, but don't speak. Mm. Yeah, there was a time, especially in the early days, when, from what I've learned from history, it would have been more on a religious kind of founding, Scantron. In the early days of the founding of the US, of course, there was a lot of English, UK, British um, immigrants there, and they might have even, I think they might have even been there before the Irish. But then, during the famine, with a massive influx of Irish for reasons of the famine, they felt displaced. Obviously, with in the beginning at least, and from what I know how the whole system works, not just there but everywhere else, when you get this massive flow of new people, it's ripe for exploitation. Cheap wages, that kind of stuff. So obviously, good paid work didn't get scarce to people that were already there, and I can understand the anger towards that. This usually tapers off after a while, when everyone kind of wises up, and the government starts to do something, and then these people, once they get a footing, and they don't need to work for such silly pay, they refuse to, and then it kind of stabilizes again, But yeah, I'm familiar with it. The signs in the parks, no dogs or Irish allowed and stuff like that. We've seen this all through history. This is an inevitable backlash of mass migration, you know. But you could look at it from a desperation point of view. You know, if you're moving from another country because you're either literally starving to death or you're being oppressed, it is a legitimate reason. And I'm not just saying that because it was from here. But if you're moving because you want a better life for economic reasons, I suppose that's a bit different. But yeah, that would be a prime example. It's obvious when a ton of people come in to an economy in a country, and there's a lot more workers, especially unskilled. Yeah, it absolutely it displaces the native population. It makes things more expensive, especially housing and renting and stuff like that, and it does drive down wages. And this, in turn, sets off a chain reaction and other things. It eventually stabilizes over time, but it takes some time, you know. Mm. Yeah, there is. Well, that's something, let's say, that some people would point to when they say, okay, they're taking our jobs. And then people would point to jobs that natural citizens would not really be interested in because it's too labor intensive or it doesn't pay enough money. Yeah, that is a reasonable point. But what we see now, let's say, more in the modern world is more, well, out from the massive flow, let's say. Obviously, you're going to get, as I said, the unskilled workers. But I think what really hits what you're saying here would be more of the brain drain kind of thing, where people are getting in on visas because they've got certain skills, you know, in tech industry or engineering or whatever the case may be, and these are definitely, taking out the well-paid jobs. This is a common enough thing. You could point your finger to a lot of different things, I suppose, but it's a hard one to nail down. But yeah, a lot of the unskilled stuff would be pretty much taken over. And as I said, ripe for exploitation. But usually it stabilizes. Um, the benefits? Well, if you, let's say, if you woke up tomorrow and everyone who is not supposed to be in your country has magically disappeared, there would be a massive crisis in the unskilled labour market. Absolutely. The jobs, as you said, that no one wants to do. Over long term, obviously somebody will have to fill those jobs. Things will deteriorate pretty quick. But some people would say, that because of this, much like, let's say, what happened during the plague, because now there's no one to fill these jobs, employers would start paying them better and treating them better, and maybe then start to fill the jobs, which again opens another kind of debate. How much effect would this have on the economy? But it would take a long time to sort out. Absolutely. You got humble tonight, yeah? Mm. Mm. Absolutely, it's a massive. You could look at it like the plague. Let's say, you remember when I said that, all the workers just literally disappeared overnight, and this led to a massive revolution for common people. Let's say for more rights, better working conditions, all of that kind of stuff. You could do a system, Lizard, let's say, where you could issue someone a 5-year visa, and if they if they didn't get into trouble and stuff, you could start to renew their visa. You could probably do something like that if you really wanted to solve the problem. How that would affect certain laws in certain countries is another thing. Maybe it might be the wrong approach. Yeah. Chew me around like a rag doll, really? Yeah. Yeah. Um, myself and Scantron we were talking about, let's say, if every person who was in your country literally disappeared overnight, chances are, and quite rightly, that the low skilled, low paying jobs would, not be filled because natural citizens wouldn't do that kind of labour intensive work for such little money, And I was saying something like that happened, let's say, for real, without any mass immigration in medieval times during the plague. So many people died that, they couldn't fill job slots. This, over time, led to better wages, better rights for workers and stuff like that. And then, eventually when, that happened, things slowly got better. How would it work today? The world is a lot different today. Obviously, there would be things would get more expensive, and whatever the case may be. But I think at the stage we're in now, things are more expensive anyway. And this would not hinder any kind of corporation. They don't need a crisis to raise prices. You would have to reform corporations to be paying their fair share and not gouging customers. This, of course, puts a little bit of a stranglehold on the free market, I suppose, which might lead to companies leaving a country. It's a very, 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 for every problem you solve, you kind of create two more. If this was an easy thing to solve, guys, we wouldn't be really in this position. Yeah, yeah. But it did lead to massive reform because people were needed, So we could chat about this, and this is like trying to figure out the universe, For every one problem you solve, it probably creates two. And if you solve them, and even if you get to the ideal spot where you draw a balance, everyone's not going to be happy. And this is why we're in the state we're in, But I can understand the anger because of jobs disappearing, You want your own kids to have jobs and stuff. I can understand that, of course I can. and I can understand the need to fill certain positions. So maybe, I don't know, I'm just talking through my backside, I'm just guessing really. I'm definitely not an expert on this, but maybe a kind of system where you could grant someone a visa to work for X amount of time. I don't know how that would work legally. And if they, kept their nose clean and that kind of stuff, and as long as safeguards were put in place so they couldn't be exploited, like you're working for me and you do everything I say, even though it's horrible, or I'll revoke your visa by an employer. That might work. That would probably be a good balance, you know. There's xenophobia everywhere. Hmm. And the boss spoke in Gaelic, pointing at me, and said, "Bridgers, look at these non-Irish invading our island." I just laughed. So I suppose, absolutely. The older people here, I find quite strange. They wouldn't have been as travelled, scantron, let's say, as my generation. Especially, strange enough, my generation has probably travelled the most meaningful at least. The younger generations do tend to travel, but it's more of a holiday thing, and you don't really take in much, except a hotel pool and maybe a nightclub in that sense. So probably my generation would be, you know, uh, more attuned. Yeah. Well, it's what they do everywhere, lizard. Everywhere. It's not just one country. I think it would be kind of unfair to point out one country in particular when this is literally everywhere. You know. Mm. No publics unless your parents were born in the country. We've pretty much done that here, Wolf. Yeah. Yeah, we've pretty much done that here. We found the problem, and I know this sounds horrible, but I'm just stating the law that came into place. Out from my opinions. But we found a massive problem of intentional births here for citizenship. Um, this was kind of not in the spirit of how it was done. So they did enact a law into place that you cannot claim citizenship here just by being born here, unless you have at least one parent who is an Irish citizen. So that was, I think, a reasonable compromise. It's a pity that I had to go to that, you know. Mm. Yeah, a small number by today's standards, well spread out. Those people, Lizard, are long since gone, but their descendants are still around. Apparently, how true it is, I believe 70 to 80% of all Americans would claim some kind of ancestry from Ireland, and this is because of the crisis that happened. You know, yeah, getting votes from yeah. Any politician who runs for office should have the the mindset, let's say, to do his job to the best of his ability for his constituents. I think if you veer from that, really, you shouldn't really be in that office. Now, obviously, what they should be doing is subjective. Let's say, compared to what kind of, politics or whatever you have. But I think it's straightforward enough. You should take office to work for your community as a whole for their best interests. If you seem to be kind of deviating for that for any particular subsection of that community, well, basically you're betraying the office you're in. Because the office is to work for the good of all. And if you're not doing that, you shouldn't have the job. That's just my take on it. Mm. Mm. Well, that's wrong, Wolf. Yeah, that undermines a lot of things. Yeah. Oh, that's wrong. No, their job is not to do that. Their job is to protect their citizens or anyone within their state or city. It's not to want to. If you get a politician or a person in office that's stating that, well, I'm here just for these guys. I don't care if you're left or right or middle or where you are. That's just wrong. Yeah, they should not be in office. Yeah. Now they might be doing it to pander to a certain community for more votes, but it undermines everything, and they should not have that office. I think this is a common thought. I think of anyone, no matter where you fall on the spectrum, you know. Surely you want your representative to represent everyone, all of you as a whole, and not say, well, I'm mostly here for these guys. That would not fill me with confidence, and I think it's a betrayal of an office. Mm. Absolutely, it always does. Yeah, Scantron. Well, strangely enough, the Soviet Union despised communism in the beginning. Lizard. Nobody liked communism. I think 70 to 80% were massively against communism. But after the fall, let's say, and the way the First World War went, let's say you had the Tsar that was taken out. Um, Now, strangely enough, if the Germans had won the First World War, it would have been a lot different. They would have not tolerated any kind of communism. But the vacuum that was left, the strongest party under Lenin, as far as I know, massively changed that. Communism on paper sounds really cool, but it's a corrupt and nasty system. I don't know any socialist that would say that communism is a good system. Historically, they've been at each other's throats all through time. You know, it's a system that even if it was done to the letter, would not work. Literally wouldn't work, and full-on socialism either would not work. What you need is a kind of in between. I believe that some systems should be partially socialist. I know the word socialism means a different thing to other people. Um, you know, it's always connected with certain things, and they will point out certain things where people trying to go full socialist or whatever the case may be. But you would have to live in a system with a certain amount of kind of social stuff to kind of understand, if you know what I mean. But this is the problem. There's no one system, and there is no system in general, no matter what way you dilute it with any kind of ideals. I think, let's say economically at least, China did a good job of mixing their communism with a kind of capitalism kind of thing. Uh, their citizens benefited greatly from that, but did make a ton of sacrifices, unfortunately. But as far as communism would go, they probably tailor-made it, to kind of fit their circumstances. And when democracy is forefront, there's certain things you can obviously and cannot do. But I don't know. My personal opinion, stuff that private companies can jack up the price on and literally hold an entire nation hostage on should not be privatized. It is a kind of security threat, in a sense. If one company can shut your country down or cause economic chaos, if someone could come up with a system where maybe the government and private companies could kind of maybe joint do it or something, maybe. But those things still have to be sorted out. Mm. Absolutely, yeah. But most people, let's say, when it comes to communism or socialism, they can't even tell you what it is. They just have a thing in their head: socialism is bad, communism is bad. There's a lot of nuances, or whatever you want to call it. What can I say? Socialism the way we see it and the way it's done here would be, which you'll see some forms of socialism in the US. You'll see their police force, for instance, their fire department. You know, even though, let's say, you know, in some cases, you know, privatization have kind of set in here and there. So that would be kind of socialism. Here it would run to medical care as well, but with a choice of going private as well. You know, not an absolute ideal system, but better than, in my opinion, than just a healthcare specialist's private alone. Because if it was just those guys, they would literally dominate the market and could basically set their own prices. So the public system, at the very least, is a competitor in a sense. You know, keeping the private sector a little more honest. But that's just my take on it. Yeah. Communism has always been kind of portrayed as, and in some places it still is, the way it was and the way it was done, let's say, you know, when it first really took roots, back in, you know, the early 1900s or whatever. But like every system, it changes a little bit. But as I said, not in other countries. But no, under no circumstances, communism. It's a flawed concept. Under no circumstances, 100% full socialism. Again, a flawed concept. Democracy, true and true. Free market capitalism, of course, but with a balance. Certain industries, certain things should be not in private hands, in my opinion, because it can be used by private companies to literally name their own price. This in turn can hurt economies, can hurt progression, can really, really hamstring a country. You know. I'm familiar with Marx, Lizard, yeah. I am not Marxist, Karl Marx. An interesting character. He probably had good intentions, but it was a disaster that anyone could see. But again, only my opinion. So, the point I'm making is, we have no true 100% great system. We could draw a reasonable balance in any country, which would vary from country to country. A reasonable balance to keep everyone happy, and to how can I put this? Kind of stabilize things a little bit. But it never really works that way. We're kind of, you know, one system or another. But you know my leanings anyway, guys. I've said it again and again. I think the major problem is the grip that companies have on countries and of citizens, and the massive sway they have in politics. It's getting to the stage where it looks like they're literally writing the law themselves. So, if we need to fix any problems, we need to sort something out from there. Trying to fix anything without fixing this is a waste of time. And number one is the influence that corporations have on policy. That needs to be removed. Then we might be able to sort something out. But until that's done, that's not going to happen. But again, you know, this isn't how everyone would see it. It's just the way I see it, and I'm just one guy. So this wouldn't be, you know, of course I could be wrong. Yeah, it's just me guessing. Yeah, that's it. Oh, it's good on paper. Yeah, it is. Of course it is. Everything is. Yeah. Communism, Dimitrov, is it? Kind of works much like George Orwell's novel. When, you remember that? Which was a good kind of I don't know. I wouldn't call it representation. But you remember the part when the animals took over the farm, and the pigs were in charge, and all animals were created equal. And then when the pigs got a taste of power, they amended the sign they had up with all animals are created equal, and they changed it to all animals are created equal, but some animals are more equal than others. That's my interpretation of communism. It's too much weight towards the state, you know, and when people get too much power, they become too corrupt. It's much like a system we had, let's say, with pre-revolution France. You get people that are in their own bubble and detached from everything, and it just falls apart. And then you get the little men all the way down, and the corruption there, you know. Mm. Mm. Pretty good, yeah. I'm really enjoying the game. Scantron. He actually did die and didn't see what he created. But then again, you know, Einstein had a theory on something, and that turned into, you know, a nuclear bomb. So he never really, you know, held that in account either, I suppose. Mm. Mm. As I said, you know, it probably looks good on paper, you know, and that's what it was designed to do. But in function, it absolutely fails. Much like the game from BGS Starfield looked good on paper, but when we got to play it was complete rubbish. Yeah, not fit for humans. Yeah. Yeah, you would have to have 100% honesty in every human that would take part in it, and that is, no, that's not going to happen. Mm. Mm. No, capitalism, free market, a little bit of everything, depending on the country you're in, I suppose. But as I said, you're not going to do anything unless you get the parasites out of every country, which is mostly corporations, you know. I don't know how that sounds, but I'm just saying it as I see it. You see corporations getting obscene amounts of money. CEOs' wages have, since the 1970s, increased by 1,200%, isn't it? That's taking inflation into account. Have risen by 1,200%, while workers' wages is just a pittance of that. Plus any small gains they use, the inflation is outweighing it, and they're literally working out with less and less every time, every generation. You know. Pretty much, yeah, yeah. But we've seen this time and time again. You know, through, let's say, the fascists with Mussolini in Italy. You know. But the real problem is when people are living in a broken system, out of desperation, and they will choose leaders and they will choose systems that looks to be okay, but actually they're just, you know, jumping out of the frying pan into the fire kind of thing, you know. But it's something, guys, that's definitely not going to be fixed anytime too soon. What about a heavenly church? No, that's the last thing we need, Lizard. I think government power and church should absolutely be separated. Now, every man is entitled to his own religion, believe, you know, his own faith. Be there, 100% behind that. The problem with putting religion into any kind of government, you're literally talking cult here. How many atrocities have we seen in the name of religion? And not just one religion, all religions. You know. Now you'll get theologians that will kind of, you know, this and that. I would dare anyone to go to any holy text that wouldn't say something about doing something bad, and it's okay, because God said it's cool. it gives someone too much ammunition. They can cherry pick what they need to believe to suit their own purposes. This has been used time and time again. Religion is the last thing, guys. You know, it's okay as a personal thing. You know what I mean? You know, love your neighbor, all of that thing. Help whoever you can. Be nice. That's cool. But when it affects how you live from day to day, not by choice, but by law, that's a cult. And that's the last thing we need. You know? Yeah. And I'm not an atheist. You know, I'm not saying it because I'm an atheist. I can see the logic in this. Religion should be kept out of schools as well, in my opinion. You know, I respect everyone's religion. But, yeah. We've got, I don't know, you might get some people there that would kind of, let's say, have a certain enthusiasm about their faith, which is nice and cool. Absolutely. But when you're teaching this to kids, you know, people should, in all senses, make up their own minds. Religion is usually something, mostly, let's say, almost heretical. You know, where you would identify from a certain religion because your parents were. And then some people decide not to be anymore or change their religion, which is all cool. You know, it's the problem of history. No time has different cultures or different religions with a large enough population living in proximity to each other. It's never been good. You know, you will get people, well, it's much like politics we see today. You'll get people on each side that will have grievances, and they can use religion. There's certain passages they can pick from any holy text to justify the silly things they do. They can twist the words as well, obviously, you know. So it will always be used for that, and you don't want that kind of playbook, you know. I've always believed that religion should be a personal thing, you know. But that's another thing, isn't it? Everyone has their own God, Dimitri. Some people, it's success, fame, or money. It's how you frame the word God. For some people, it's a mythical being, you know. It's a different guy, or whatever the case may be. I have no problem with the concept, you know, whether it's real or imaginary. If there's a certain doctrine in place that tells people to be nice and not to murder each other, cool. I'm all for that. But you know, it doesn't really do that. You know, there's certain passages in every holy text where you can cherry pick, or you can use it to justify any kind of thing you can do. So it's always going to be a problem. And it's not just religion. That's just, you know, because we're talking about it. You could say the same with politics, or you could even say the same from history. So many events have happened, and so many things have been written, so many holy texts or whatever. There's always going to be a paragraph in there that you can use to justify something horrible. And then you can claim that you're doing it because you're religious, or because you're this, or because you're that, because you're that. It's just the flaw that's there, you know. And that's it, really. Now, let's get into the game, guys. But again, these are just my opinions, you know. Everyone is entitled to their opinions, and I'm not saying that's how it is, it's just how I see it. And over the years, obviously, my opinions have changed, which I think is a pretty natural thing. But who knows? If I'm still alive in 20 years, my opinion might be much different. That's just how it is. Now, what are we doing, guys? We are doing the quest. Now, what was the one we were doing? Yeah, counterattack. Okay, let's see if this one pushes too. Ooh, right. Right. Let's go for it anyway. It's a good bit out. We can get a little bit of exploring done as well. Yeah, but that one is another whole conversation, isn't it? With endless possibilities. In your 20s, you will have no heart. You have no brain. Yeah. Really? Yeah? I don't think I've ever heard that one. It was my understanding that, let's say, the German nation and communism didn't really agree too well. Yeah. The German government found it, and I think quite rightly, as a massive threat. Let's say under Kaiser Wilhelm, at the outbreak, let's say, because of the Bosnia crisis, at the First World War, the defense minister had a little kind of wish list, you know, had they won the war, and yeah, it was a pretty stiff one, to be honest. Tried to silence you, yeah. But yeah, they found, and quite rightly, I think, you know, if they had to, they were on a double front, let's say, with Russia as well, and they were kind of pushing forward, but they found communism to be a massive threat to their authority. So, had they won the First World War, they would have probably gained huge territories from Russia, and they would have, yeah, they would have dealt with communism. You know. Yeah, it was more of a wish list. How far they would push, it's kind of hard to know. Let's say when a war is over, especially let's say, you know, the First World War, you know, for an unconditional surrender, you would have terms, and depending, I suppose, on how much you lost or how much trouble that person was, you know, would kind of dictate these terms. We've seen the terms, let's say, from the Treaty of Versailles, you know, and how the massive hardships that caused literally guaranteed the Second World War, you know. So it's pretty complicated, you know. But I think really communism is even a moot thing to be speaking about. It's been around a long time, guys, and we've seen how it works. We've seen where it's taken hold, let's say, in some countries, and what we see, it's not really pleasing to our eyes, you know. So it's not like we're trying to kind of figure out. We've literally seen it in real time how it works, you know. So, to me anyway, it's not a system that any sane nation, if they had a choice, would adopt. But the problem is, you know, where it did take hold, and Russia for one. Russia was never wanted to be communist. It was something that they were forced into, and then over each successive generation were brainwashed into through propaganda and fear of reprisal. And that's how it works, guys. That's how a system goes into place. Absolutely, but I heard Scantron when Queen Victoria heard that you know, Germany declared war. She didn't believe it. She said, "Oh no," she said, "that's not possible. My Willie wouldn't do anything like that." So Kaiser Wilhelm was Queen Victoria's grandson. But the Kaiser was a bit of an expansionist, and I suppose most historians would say that he wanted an excuse to expand his empire, but he massively misjudged it. A lot of factors came into play. And there was some times there where Germany was looking good. The British, for the best part, held them at bay. But they did underestimate a lot of things. It got to the stage where they were heavily under pressure because of, certain supplies and stuff coming in. Now, they were big into submarine warfare, and they did state that they accidentally sunk a few passenger ships that had American citizens. There was a massive uproar, but they apologized, and it seemed to blow over. But it got to the stage in the war where they had to literally sink everything. And it was with the sinking of probably the Lusitania and a few other ships that claimed the lives of maybe 100 plus US citizens that eventually got the US into the First World War. Albeit they came in, let's say, pretty late. But the sheer number and the economic power of that country made it literally impossible, for Germany to have any real chance of winning then. Now, given, let's say, in the first couple of years in the war, the American troops wouldn't have been as experienced as the guys that were kind of fighting there for years and did suffer many, many casualties. But within 2 years, they were an exceptional fighting force. And the likes of, let's say, Patton, would have been a genius. And, he was regularly compared to the likes of Rommel. But strangely enough, the Germans themselves, through the notes of Rommel, mostly feared the British. Not because they were better fighters or, they were better planners or anything like that. It's because of their stubbornness. They refused to surrender, even when it was a waste of time. They would stand out till every bullet was gone, the last man. They would never surrender. This led to a lot of atrocities. One in particular where eventually there was some regiment, I forget which one it was, and I think this was it, I think it might have been the Second World War. But it was 100 survivors from the British, and they were taken outside and executed. This obviously led to war crimes, and I think, they eventually got the guys who did it. But the British would have been, through Rommel's notes anyway, at least, more feared because of their sheer stubbornness. The problem with, even in retreat, the problem that Germany had, and Rommel in particular with the British, is even on the retreat, let's say, from North Africa or even in France, they would leave a small force behind, obviously, for delaying tactics while the larger one went through. They would stay to the last men, causing punishment and effect, let's say, on Rommel's army. And then another maybe 5-10 miles up the road there's another crew. And this was very demoralizing for the Germans. They were used to, pretty quick warfare. They really flooded through France like a curry, like a curry in someone's stomach after a night out. So this kind of, war of attrition, they didn't really like it, And I suppose Rommel had X amount of stuff, and getting supplies and reinforcements would have been a hassle to Rommel. But these are from his own notes, And this is from history. This is easy checkable, guys. On the internet from historians and that. It's just I used to read a lot one time, and yeah, I don't know, I might be off a little bit in that. So before you take it literally, just check it out. Okay. Oh, hang on. Might as well. Another magma. Oh, so we're going for the quest, isn't it? And that's what we're looking for as well, if we can find it, some of that. We might as well grab that before we keep going. This game at the moment is a pretty good one. Dimitrov. Yeah. So tell me, if you don't think I'm being too nosy, that is, Dimitrov, is that just your tag name, or are you from somewhere in Eastern Europe? You don't have to tell me where, obviously. Bulgarian. Ah. I have a few streamer friends from there. Bulgaria, yeah, they would have been dragged straight into the First World War as well. I think, yeah. And Ukraine. They would have been some of the countries. It would have been hard, let's say, if Germany had won the First World War, to annex or claim too much in the West because of the alliance, let's say, you know, with the UK and Belgium. Oh, they did a massive mistake there as well, cutting through Belgium to avoid the fortifications in France. That guaranteed the UK, you know, coming into the war. And they could cut off a lot of supplies and stuff in where they were, but it would have been hard to affect the UK. And then at the time, you know, the UK had probably the mightiest navy in the world, which led to blockades and stuff like that. That was another mistake. I suppose something they couldn't help. I suppose it was a calculated risk, you know. It would save a lot of casualties, and they wanted to take out France quickly anyway. You know, that was the key. So going through, avoiding fortifications, going through Belgium was the way to go. So they were probably hoping that the government at the time would not declare war. But, you know, the treaty, dodgy. Then the Russians. They were a problem for a while until the revolution. But the rot set into Russia long before that. Oh yeah, I want to get that later. Yeah, I don't want to waste time with it now. Let's see what that one is. Yeah, this guy is a good bit down. Now this is new territory, so... Oh yeah. There's one over... Oh, there's one down there, guys. We are going for that. Yeah. We'll use this as an exploration excuse as well. Okay, what we got? Yeah, this is one of these kind of lookout points, I'd say. What? Oh, that's my guy. Really need a decent boom. Yeah. And that will give us a fast travel point as well. Let's get that guy. I like it. Now, I'm very sure there was something else. See, the problem is, you know, once you start clearing the map, if you don't pick up all of these guys pretty quick, it's almost impossible to find them again. I think that's okay. I think there is one down there, but it's in a clouded region. Ooh. Oh, look at that, guys. You see that? You see exactly where that white dot is pointing? You see that little bit of stone that's sticking up? Yeah, that's literally a sign you can get under that cave and find some loot. Yeah, that's not... Yeah, perfect. Oh yeah, we're going for that one. I wonder what we've got here. Yeah, that's what you need to see. That there. So we're guaranteed to get something in here. And there we go. Hey now, get down. So what have we got here? This is called Snow Wind Cave. And let's see. Well, it gets to the stage, guys, where weapons and armor really don't mean anything. And even the gears after a while. So it's more like aesthetics really at this stage. But let's see what's here. Who knows, there might be some gear I don't know anything about, some kind of one-off stuff. Oh, there's one I want to use as well, I have it somewhere. 35% damage on turning slash. But that one I want to fit it on a two-hander maybe. With Mighty Foes one. You know, for bosses. Although not using a shield against bosses can be a bit dangerous. Some of them are quite weak to shield. So what have we got? Oh! Oh! This I didn't know. We just got a recipe, but guys. What is this? This is the first time I actually got a recipe. It must be really cool. What is this? It's called a grand meal. Wow. Effect restores health beyond the limits. Wow. When made with rare ingredients, the dishes gain special effects. Cool. I didn't know they did recipes in these. I won't really know what it is until I get to a cooking pot. Maybe a cauldron. No, I think it's a cooking pot for this one. Here, let's learn it anyway. Oh, it is a special cooking tool. No, it doesn't give you the stats. Just the ingredients. Assorted meat. Oh, that's no problem. Fish squeeze. Yeah, you can make those. Pickled vegetables, braised... it's complicated. I suppose if you had time, you could make a batch of it. There. Now, let's grab this junk. It's a pity this guy can't wait inside of a cave or something till morning. Save me a lot of junk. Yeah. It is still kind of awkward to pick things up with this guy. Yeah, pretty much. It will be interesting to see what the stats are on that. But a bit of a pain. But I suppose if you had time and, you know, just make up a batch for a boss fight or something. But to be honest, I'd be going with the potions. The elixirs for a boss fight. They're the ones that give you, 100% back of your health and that kind of stuff. But it said it puts your health beyond its limits. But definitely not something I'd say you'd find anywhere else. Yeah, I've even lost interest in the gears now. Oh, where's my bird anyway? You better start picking. Yeah, go on, birdie. Oh, come on. It's probably not even worth taking, but I like to clear out these stupid things if I can. There. Gives me something to do. And get some NPCs in there, or they'll take them off your hands. You wouldn't believe the amount of junk I have. That's it, guys. So we got a recipe. And that was different. That was different. Oh, hang on now. Be a little bit closer. I hate it when this happens. Too close. There. Okay, let's see where these guys are. This way, apparently. But good news is my hands have got a little bit more feeling back in them, so I won't be making as many mistakes with this jumping. But I didn't expect a recipe in there. So how far are we away? I want to make sure and save this before it goes into a cutscene. Not too bad. Oh, what's that? Oh no. Why is the lake like kind of cave shaped? Weird. Yeah, it doesn't have an entrance, so it's just down for the lake. Oh, it's just a piece of land that's kind of... it looks more like a mountain. Okay. Interesting. On the internet, I've become... Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, let's say if you make a prediction about something, a new technology or whatever, and you kind of lean it towards the disadvantages and the bad side, yeah, it almost always tends to work out that way. You know? Where, let's say, a new tech comes along or gets improved vastly, it does more damage before it does any good. That would be like more, kind of like a Nostradamus prediction in a sense, Scantron, you know, or that Native American saying, you know, if you wait long enough by the river, you'll eventually see the bodies of your enemies floating down. Or Nostradamus, where he would say, you know, things are going to get worse or better, vaguely, and it will come to pass. I think it would be a reasonable guess that any new technology that we do, or anything that becomes way more powerful, will be more of a disadvantage and less of a benefit to society. Maybe over time then, when it bakes in. Yeah. I think they even have, they've got a saying for that kind of stuff. Although it wasn't meant in that way, I'd say. But I'm paraphrasing it a bit. It's obviously different. Something like a sure thing, what was it again? Prophecy. Yeah. Like anyone here could make the most absurd prophecy, and if humankind lived long enough, chances are it would fulfill. But I must admit there was some historical prophecies that were eerily kind of accurate. But who knows, they've been taken out of context a few times. against them and the whole city then crazy on social media and they're not safe. But unfortunately what I find about predicting things, especially when it comes to new technologies or certain practices that seem a bit iffy, you pretty much know they're going to get much, much worse before they get better. And this is a cycle all throughout time. You know, whether it's a new ideology, a dying of the old and a birth of the new, or anything really. It will always be exploited. But still has the potential to become something better, I suppose. But not before common people, let's say, suffer the brunt of it. AI is a good example. Pretty much, yeah. The problem is, there's so much roadblocks now, to be honest. The amount of information, the doctrinization, the propaganda. It goes on forever. We're in a time now where we're probably at a stage where we can believe nothing of what we hear and only half of what we see. Prime time for people to take advantage of such a time, isn't it? Oh, hi Jacko, and how have you been? What you been up to? Huh. Interesting little thing. Yeah, there's something down there, we'll get that later. Yeah, I hate the dark in this. Let's see if we can get to this anyway. Now we're at some kind of wrench. And thanks for following Dimitrov. Appreciate it and welcome. Right. Oh, here it is, guys. Yeah, it's a pity we can't rest before this. I hate doing anything in the dark. Okay, we'll see if we can get it kick-started and then I'll see if I can get some sleep with this character. The darkness in this game is killing my eyesight. Alright, let's kick-start it anyway. Oh no, you see this? Yeah, we gotta get these guys before anything starts here. Yeah, this is perfect. We can grab two of these guys pretty quick. What's this one? What have we got? We have... Oh yeah, that's the kind of cannon thing, isn't it? Yeah, there it is. Defeat 30 enemies with a spear. Be easy enough. I get back it. That looks to be kind of half decent. I'll use some resources on that. Ooh, what's in a heart of stone? Yeah, we'll get around to that eventually. Now, where's the other one I seen? It was pretty close by. There it is. Yeah, we'd want to be grabbing these now, guys. Oh, this is a fast travel point. Gotta be. And there we go. That's cool. You see, now that we have a fast travel point here, guys, I can just go back, sleep, drop off this junk, and we're definitely good to go. Yeah, you see it there? Yeah, we'll just drop back for just 5 seconds. We'd be a lot better off. Yeah, we go right into camp. I have a ton of stuff growing as well. I'll have to remove it eventually. But I'm not using it, so I'm kind of lazy about moving it. Now, I just quickly get something to drink. I'm always dehydrated, but I did take my blood beds, didn't I? I did, yeah. That's not too bad. I have a habit of forgetting these as well, and even when you're a few hours off, it really takes effect. I have to what was it? Yeah, I have a friend who thinks online politics is real. Oof. Everyone is the enemy. I'm just trying to bring him back to the brink. Just enjoy life. Well, a lot of the stuff, let's say, you see, will have X amount of truth, I'd say. There's always people benefiting from that. But in a situation like that, just, live your own life, kind of thing. Yeah. No matter how true or false something is, letting it affect you to the point where it clouds your judgment is always a bad thing. Usually, let's say something like that. If you've got frustrations and stuff, you can eventually find an outlet. Unfortunately, lots of people find an outlet on the internet, whether it's some kind of gender thing or ideology. Politics is always a good one, of course. Religion, a kind of way of letting off steam. The secret is not to buy into anything too much, because it tends to kind of warp your sense of reality, I suppose. Yeah. Drawing a balance, really, isn't it? All easy things to say, of course. There's always crutches, guys, if we have problems. If we have problems at home, if we have problems financially, or if we're just feeling like, what are we doing here? What's this all for? Why am I even here? There'll always be a crutch out there. Something that's far from the truth. Something a crutch to leave on, a lean on, a kind of way of expressing your anger, I suppose. Never a good idea, let's say, to fall too deep into that rabbit hole. Unfortunately, in a situation like that, it's hard to self-assess yourself, if you know what I mean. Your friends will be the first to notice. Even the good ones might try to intervene, even though it risks their friendship with you. It's much like if you're dating a lady, and she's been really horrible to you, and she's probably cheating behind your back. Everyone knows, but you don't. You get a few brave friends who will try and stand up for you and explain the situation, even though the sensible ones know the risks. That it might hurt your friendship or whatever the case may be. It's a bad position to be in, to be honest. I found myself in that position a few times. To be honest with your friend and tell them what's going on. Well, of course, you've got to be 100% sure. And then you're going against a bond, or something, or some kind of crutch you might have formed. At least it's a 50-50, let's say your friendship will never be the same again. But I think you have a responsibility to say it like it is. It's kind of similar, I suppose. But anytime you have a friend, guys, that tells you that gives you the heads up on something that's as obvious as that, they're a true friend. Now, a friend, let's say, I suppose it can be subjective in a sense. You might have a political idea. Your friend might try to convince you otherwise. That's more difficult, isn't it? But, the obvious stuff. That would be a good example. If you're being used by someone blatantly, obviously, or financial gain, and it's provable, that's definitely one of the times to stand up. But you can see how complicated the situation is. No, we get a little sleep. What time is it? Okay, we do the 6 hours. Should be enough. What's even a worse position to be actually left in? That hypothetical scenario we just had where, let's say, you've got a good friend, maybe a lifetime friend, and you suspect and can prove, let's say, his girlfriend is cheating on him. Obviously, being your friend, you tell him. He doesn't receive the news too gladly, but he's not too confrontational about it. And then they make up. And it's going to be very, very awkward now with your friend, isn't it? Not to mention when he's with his girlfriend. And it's a big risk, isn't it? Yeah, that's another way as well. Either way, anyway. Nothing will ever be the same. Oh, where do we get this? I didn't store it, fair enough. Here, we'll just get rid of that for a while. Grand meal. I got some stuff to... okay. I suppose I'll get rid of the junk that's here. There. Or dump the other stuff and save that. We haven't literally started the quest yet, so we're safe. We can go and save one.
You could fatten the camp's funds through a bit of trading.
I could. I've already
Why carry all those trees? Bring
done
me
that
whatever
for
you want
ages.
packed.
But there are many things I dump off, I always forget one. I haven't really been using these just for food yet. I want to get a proper recipe before I start to commit to those potions. Kind of slowly. Building up the character, so it gets easier as I go along, I suppose. Now, I don't see many upgrades for that cuckoo chest yet. I might just saw those two stupid books that have been in my inventory too long. There. The rest I can sell at my leisure. Is that a little genie lamp I see? I still get around to doing decorations here because some pieces I want to match some other pieces and I haven't found a vendor yet. Now we're good. Let's zoom in and let's see about this little quest. But we're safe to do that one. Now, God, I had some excruciatingly boring appointments today. Glad that's over. This is a kind of little treat, I suppose. Here we go. Good night, Terry. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Have a good one. Too bad we got our fast travel point at a cube. No. Let's start killing some people. Now hopefully there's no investigations in this one. Alright.
Finally you've arrived. Muirden is holed up in the fortress atop the mountain.
Hmm.
It's time we said everything.
Oh
right.
good, if this is a boss fight then I've
Let's wipe out every last one of those
made myself a little
bastards.
stronger. I didn't do much with a two-handed.
Tear they've caused, Palin.
But I've gotten used to using the shield.
And
Some of the
for
bosses,
Palin,
you know, pretty weak to
At
shield.
last, the day has finally come for us to unleash our long overdue fury. What say we strike them once night falls?
Oh, God.
Torches and battle cries will make up for our meagre numbers. Once their lines break, chaos will ensue. That's when you Greymanes go for Muirden.
Hmm.
Leave the rest to us.
Oh, the guy that escaped, do we get another chance? We took his weapons anyway,
course.
we'll see.
It won't be easy. But let us fix our minds on victory.
Get some rest for now. A long battle awaits us tonight.
The first decent bow I get I'm gonna fix.
It's time. Let's go.
Fucking finally. Come on then.
Come on.
Yeah, when did we get to use him as a substitute? Right. Yeah, let's have a look in here. No. Not interested. So, join your comrades. Join my comrades. Oof. Now, just give me 1 second, guys. I just need to quickly check on something, and then we'll do this attack. We'll see what it's about. I think we'll probably get to kill that guy that escaped. Right, okay. I think this is going to be a biggie, guys. Oh my Where are we hitting these guys? Now, if we come against anything silly like the last time when we have to take out buildings, we'll ignore them. We'll just take 100% of the guys and see how it goes. Because last time we didn't need to take those buildings and they were very confusing.
Watch me. I'm gonna butcher them like dogs.
Listen well. Seems
Oh.
like you fuckwits have somehow forgot why
Oh.
you shouldn't mess with the Black Bears.
Oh, we fight them on the
So
bridge.
Mjerdin sent us to help rouse your memories. Remember
Oh.
that night, kneeling in the dirt, guts spilling out? You squealed like hogs at the slaughter. And the blood. Oh, how it
Is that the guy that chopped us at the beginning, guys?
Fuckers! They're all fucking dead!
Cutscene. I must have killed a guy. Okay, let's see. Maybe not. Nope. Oh, sugar. See, I knew that was gonna happen. There, let's start killing everyone. We go mental. Wonder is my bird still here?
Smash your face in. This is gonna leave a mark.
Oh, hang on, there's nothing about percentages here. Let's just keep pushing on. Yeah, let's go on to the target. What is it? Regroup with Andrew. Oh. Hey, you piece of...
They're swarming us!
Only longer. What do we do now? Regroup with somebody else. Help this guy out before we go. Oh, this guy has some kind of fire stuff. Nah, I think they're just gonna keep coming forever. Right, let's regroup with this other lady here. Hey now. Aha! Say hello to my little gears. One tough guy. Okay, where's this other lady?
You still got it.
Of course.
Okay, I think we've helped the lady out. What are we gonna do? Regroup with the other guy. Fair enough. I can never get up here, that is.
So many weak spots in your defense.
Thank you. Oh, now. Ah, go on, you coward. Alright, let's push on. We see where this story brings us. Here. Ooh, we got one.
Fall back!
Now what do we do? Regroup with somebody else. Oh, this is just wasting time here killing these guys, to be honest. Be going up to this guy. Okay, he's down here somewhere. There he is.
Alright. Oh, I'm just getting warmed up.
Time's up.
Now, what do we gotta do? Regroup with... How many guys have we gotta regroup with? Alright, that should be okay now. Let me see. I don't see nothing much. Okay. Let's regroup again. See if we can shortcut to here. Oh. I see. Exactly where are we on the map, anyway? Okay, I see. It's a fort. Ashclaw Outpost. Right.
And there's Jan.
That all you got? Come on then!
Right, is somebody else I gotta see? Hey now! Let's not be like that. Now, regroup. I don't know what all this regrouping stuff is about. To be honest, do we have to regroup with everyone? Fair enough.
I've got you! We're almost there! I recognize your skill.
Now what have we got to do? Oh, liberate the camp. Okay, we just killed some people here. Oh yeah, it's down to numbers now. It's just about killing them. Okay, it's just about the numbers now. Find a few of these guys together. It's getting a bit scarce. That's it. Oh, hi Blonde. Thanks for the raid, appreciate it. Welcome raiders. And how have you been? I just came on for a random stream. Couldn't sleep much and I won't be back on officially till Tuesday evening, so I wanted to push a little bit further on this chapter. I'd find his whereabouts. Fair enough. Oh! Challenge Sword of Trials. Okay, we got rid of the Sword of Trials one. Cool. Yeah, I must have got that on the battle. Yeah, I needed a break. Yeah. Oh, we have probably got a ton of junk in our inventory, have we? No. We can keep on going. Not too bad. Right. Let's go start killing some of these. Let's see how far it is away. Oh, wow. Yeah, we're starting to push into Pauline a bit, aren't we? Okay. I think we'll do a little save here just in case. So you're still on Fallout 4, yeah? I gotta admit that damage reduction is really helping. But the sword needs help.
Blunt just runs.
We have got a fast travel point, have we? We have. Let's take it. Cool. Right. Wait. Oh, sugar. I got away. Not sure if I got one of those. This is where this guy is. He's in the castle. I think we go up this way here. Oh, what's that, guys? I'm nosy. I just gotta get a quick look at this. What have we got here? What is that? Oh! You can actually die from that. Interesting. Well, now we know. Now we know. Yeah, I thought it was something we could mine. Apparently not. Got fried. Let me see. Where are we? Yeah, we need to go there, isn't it? Yeah, I got fried. Probably some later quest or something. I think I'm missing a few materials. No, I think I got that poor guy, that's a fox. Yeah, got him already. Ah, come on. This is...
I've never. Come on, you fucker! Rot in hell!
There. You know, I'm tempted to go back and sell some of this, guys. Yeah, we still have the fast travel point there. We just quickly sell some of this junk, and that way we'll be good. So camp, here it is. We just quickly sell that junk. I don't mind too much about the other stuff. It's just the weapons I want to get rid of.
You want the finest work? You've come to the right place.
No gears on any of these. Nah, that's rubbish. Hmm. That's okay, I suppose. Yeah, I think we'll go with that.
Time flies with a hammer in your hand.
Yeah, let me see that again.
Time flies with a hammer.
Yeah, 240. I thought it said 210 for a moment.
If you're in a bind,
Right,
you know
let's
where
get
to find
back.
me.
That should give us a lot of leeway. Where were we again with this? Pauline. There. Since chapter 6, the quests have become quite long. Right, okay. Let's see what's in store for us. I've only got ice protection on this guy. And here we go. Oh, of course. Okay.
Fuck you and the orc you rode in.
Let's go for the big guy. Yeah, what's that? I think that might be one of the... What's this? Yeah, what's his problem?
Best finish it quick.
Yeah, what have we got here? Huh. It's probably beneath us then. I can check that later when we liberate this place. Don't expect me to start moving all of those explosives, do they? And here we go. Ooh.
Even you have your limits. Here.
Let's make a fucking mug out of Mjodin's skull.
One of there. Ah, sugar.
Cliff! Finally! I was growing bored.
Fucking Mjodin! Let's go get us a skull mug. Come on!
No, you handle things here.
You always get to have all the fun.
Yep.
Leave it to us.
Right. quest, battle of Merton. Okay, now defeat him. This would be a good spot to save, wouldn't it? No saving, fair enough. Okay, no saving. I'm guessing he's up here somewhere, is he? Yeah, he is. Yeah, let's see what we've got down here. Now is a good time to actually have a look around the spot. While it's not stealing. Any carrots, thank you. Nah, this is something we can do later. Right, let's see if we can kill this guy. Oh, this is some kind of fire dude. I see. Barrels here, we get him close till we hit the barrels kind of thing. I don't know, I have enough damage reduction on this. The sword is a bit weak though, to be honest. It's gonna be nasty with this fire thing.
Cockroach to kill, aren't you? Let's
Ooh.
end it for real this time.
This guy is destroying me.
Never thought I'd get to kill you twice. Why don't you scurry around a bed to kiss my
No, I think we got him.
What? Got something to say?
Keeping close is the only way. Bye-bye. That damage reduction did help an awful lot. Oh, sugar. Not over yet.
This is what it means to have power.
I should have known. Ah, sugar.
I get it now. So, you taste the true power at last.
It's gonna be hard to get out of this fire thing. I have zero protection against this.
Intoxicating, isn't it? Power to conquer death itself.
I don't know, guys, about this. This is looking dodgy.
understand what it means to possess such.
Oh, okay. I thought he had a weak point there. I was wrong. Okay, enough. Keeps sticking me back behind this fence. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Can't get a shot at him at all. There. We're back. Kind of. Ooh. I'm in trouble here, guys. I'm in deep trouble here. Let me check this food situation.
Stubborn fucker. Bring me his head. Go on, you cunts, you fuckers. A sack of gold to whoever takes his head. Cut him down! Tear the bastard limb from limb! Useless bastard!
Oh, he's running. Still think we're not over with this guy yet.
Anyone? Finish him now! Destroy him!
Oh, that little guy. Okay.
More! I just needed more! A little more power and he'd be dealt with! Ah!
We've lost Payloon. What's the plan now?
So, we're trapped. Okay. Didn't see this one coming.
Cliff,
The battle?
a victory. You need more rest. Your wounds are severe.
What happened to Mjordan?
He fled. East. We'll deal with the rest. Rest up.
Right.
And leave Ludwig to me.
Oh, I see. Well, that's another good chunk of that. Oh, we're playing as him. This is a temporary thing, I suppose. Let's see. No, I think we have all three. Okay, we gotta play as him. Let's see what this guy has. Oh, he needs help. Small cannonballs. Like cannon. Oh, he does an arc blaster. So where do we go from here? Now, meet Dwayne and Shane. I don't know, playing with this guy. I wonder. I don't think we can change. This could be a bit of a problem. I've got that guy pretty maxed. Yeah, let me save this and we'll see. Main quest complete. What's that? Incomplete victory. Okay. Now we see if it is possible to switch between characters. Which one were we on? 357. Yeah, combat is an important mission. Yeah, we're stuck on this guy. Okay.
What do you want?
I suppose I could go back and get out some junk, but I'd prefer to do that later. What has he got anyway? I can't even see really. Here we have a better stats on it. 26 critical rate, blah blah blah. Battle axe. I didn't fix that one up either, did I? Oh, he's got two axes. He's a two-hander. Huh. Yeah, he's a two-hander. Okay. Let's see if this guy has what it takes to do it.
Well,
As he is.
anything else to say?
If not, he's going to be kind of costly, isn't he? There, let's see what these guys are. Okay, a question mark with no one there. I guess we're too soon. Let's see where we are. And that's Cliff. Right, it's down here anyway, so we'll fast travel. Let's see if I can grab something to drink. Don't know if this guy could take out Ludwig like this. I've got some weapons junk for him, but we'll see if we can do it with this one. We want to be careful with our saves. Now,
Ah, there's one of your comrades.
The jackals.
Unka, we've gathered some leads. People say they spotted the jackals prowling around. They're likely holed up somewhere close.
But the strange thing is, there's not a single black bear to be found. It seems to me they've stopped working together. Makes sense, seeing as only jackals remain in the area.
Who knows what they're scheming?
So, what do you think, Unka? What do we do? Can't just hunt down one and not the other, eh? Well, if they've really split up, all the better for us, eh? You lot take Mirden, we'll go after Ludwig. No need to waste too many of ours on a pack of fucking jackals, is there?
No. You go after Mjordan. Ludwig's mine.
Yep, suit yourself.
Okay. Oh, first of all, we need a shop to get rid of this junk. Let's see what he's wearing. So, Orc Blaster, that's his gun, isn't it? How come he gets 3 slots on that? 0 on mind. Yeah, look at that, 2 on that. 2 on that. He's not wearing a helmet. We've got to sort that out from him. This is all stuff. What's that grey mane necklace? Horrible, horrible. Oh, grey mane earring. Brutal. Okay, we see what we can do with this guy as is. I wanted to be able to freely kind of jump between these guys before I start concentrating on the stuff that I have. There's a guy quite close to me here. And even though he's close to me on the map, I can't seem to see him at all now. Let me see. Let me just mark him.
Sorry, have we met?
Down here.
If there's no care in it, it's not real.
Here we go.
Not the finest goods you'll find, but they'll serve. What can I help you find?
Let's see what he's got. Okay.
No deal's off the table if the money's good.
I didn't collect much, did I? I guess nearly time I got rid of this junk, you know. That's not really doing much, I
No
suppose.
deals off the table. Who knows?
Right,
We
let's
might meet again.
dump this junk and we'll see what we can do with this guy. So where is that quest? %. We're almost finished this one. And there it is, time to face justice. It could be dodgy, yeah, using this guy and he's not really fixed up. Yeah, he's just over there. Okay, we'll give it a shot anyway. I get the feeling we need to fix this guy, you know. This guy's kind of in a horrible condition. Yeah, if I could switch freely between these guys, I'd fix them all up properly, I suppose. Now let's see, if we can fail here anyway, I can do some work on him. But he looks completely weak compared to Cliff. Okay.
Are you alright?
Greymaid! Oh, the jackals just came out of nowhere, tore the place apart, scared me half to death. I crawled like a dog, just to get out alive.
Calm yourself. You're safe now.
Solomon's shade. My legs still won't stop shaking.
Were any missing a hand?
Yeah, one of them stood out, had a bloody stump for a hand. Was still swinging his sword like mad. Never seen anything like it.
Did you see where he went?
No, I was too busy hiding. Too scared to look.
Okay. You can reveal a target's tracks with a lantern to double a lantern or blah blah blah. Use the right stick to select the lantern, then release. Hold that button with the lantern lit. Blah blah blah. Okay. Lantern. Oh yeah. Oh, he's just got an ordinary one. Yeah, I can see it there. That's going this way, isn't it? This way here. Better be able to see this at night. There it is. This is a hard guy to track, isn't it? The colours. It's going that way. Yeah, this is going to take some time, alright. Towards that rock.
Explain yourself.
What the?
Right.
Guy is pretty useless.
So many weak spots in your face.
gonna chop you up so small. Let's see how you fare.
Yeah, I'm kind of missing the other guy now, aren't I? Has this guy even got any food? Yeah, there it is.
Your stance is weak.
Yeah, he's got a 200.
All you gotta do is run.
Yeah, he needs a bit of fixing up, alright. Definitely needs a bit of fixing up. Now, what were we doing? This. Ah, come on now. Yeah, there it is. I don't think this guy is fit for this battle. We might have to do something with him. If you get close enough to where he is, we could save it. If I fail the battle, then I can just fix this guy up. Oh, he's in a manor. Apparently. See what this place is anyway. Is it showing on the map? Yeah, it is. Stellan Manor. Well, we're following the tracks, obviously. It's not going the right way. It's gotta be this way. Yeah, it's gotta be. That's something. I think I've read it. What's in here anyway? Oh, I haven't got any keys. Oh, I have. Huh. Now we're good. Well, this looks like the right way anyway, doesn't it? This is gonna be dodgy with this guy. Punish the wounded jackal. Okay. There he is. Oh, here we go. It's some kind of clue.
This.
Oh, there he is. Okay.
Shame. Was hoping
Good
that
evening,
took you-
Fumar. Yeah, we're trying this guy, but I didn't get a chance to fix him up.
See the little gift I left on the road?
I only hope I've got enough food for this.
They should be grateful. I spared them a life of wretched servitude.
So he's starting that stupid electricity thing again, isn't he?
I'll give you the same gift I gave them. I can't wait to see Flint's face. When I send him the head of his precious pet orc.
I think we might get him. Come on now. Okay, I think that's it. Just played about 4 hours. Nice.
Well,
Oh, on a new game. Nice.
nothing I say is gonna change
Pretty good. I
your
hope
mind.
yours are doing fine
Is it?
also, Fuma. Yeah, pretty decent.
He promised me all of Payloon. If I...
Yeah, they made this guy
Removed an
easy enough
obstacle for
because you're starting off with this orc.
So the jackals could finally outshine the Greymanes. Does it look familiar?
You had a hand in Jian's death.
Payloon would have become mine. If you fuckers had just stayed away. Mine. Forever!
Oh! It is, isn't it?
Not worth listening to your rambling.
Like something from Game of Thrones. And that's it, okay. They made him reasonable enough, let's say, for this guy. Return to your comrades. I wonder what we picked up for that one. Yeah, he's pretty weak. I need to work on this guy. When do we get him as a permanent follower anyway, guys? I think with the other ones we all... Well, with Damien I think I did a quest for her. Let's see if we got anything new. Probably not. We already picked his stuff, didn't we? Nah, just junk. Just the usual junk. Ah, until the end. Yeah. No, it's just for a while I couldn't use Damien, then all of a sudden I could use her, and I thought, I see. That's probably a quest I need to do. That is wrong. Yeah, that's it, and that's the boss fight. Yeah, I think we're good. Right. I just wanted to push a little bit on this chapter, and if I had time maybe do something from the witches. I did a bit of work on Cliff. And let's say out from the elemental resistances Yeah, he's doing pretty good. Yeah, except that he's in the frost kind of category. The guys I've been fighting were lightning and some kind of fire, so I don't know how I'm going to get around that. Probably when I get some more junk off the witches. A jetpack? Serious? Oh wow. Right. That should be interesting. The crazy stuff is obviously something got to do with that cuckoo guy, isn't it? The pod guy. Yeah, anything that's kind of weird seems to come from him. Absolutely fun, yeah. Right, okay, let's get back and we'll see. Yeah, just wanted to push this at least to the 8th chapter, and then I'll go around again, and then I'll really get into the exploration and the witches. And then on my time I'm not streaming, I can work on, whenever I get the chance, if I can keep switching between these guys to fix this ore cup and that lady as well. In case they kind of force me back into them again, they'll be able to do something. Now, okay, we got all that done. I have a marker there for some reason. Oh, where's our comrades? Is it all the way back to the... let me see. Yeah. Oh, we get another sword and some armor and some boots. Where are these guys? Oh, back in Pauline. Right, let's check them out. Now, Pauline. Let's see how fast we can get back on the cliff. But the stuff I really... Well, that's right, there's no wings on this guy. Yeah, he's got no wings. I better be more careful.
Unca, you hear? Everyone wanted parting words with Gian down there.
Hey, good to see you.
Ah, there you are.
I see he's back. Isn't it? Yeah, that one. But it's definitely the coolest armor I've seen so far. Ah, nice, we're into chapter 8, now we can take a break. Just wanted to get through that chapter, see how much it opened up. But I need those other 2 chapters, let's say before the end and the epilogue, to really get to start cleaning this place up. Hopefully they won't push me into a large quest straight away. Some guy waiting on a horse. But this is, yeah, one of the places I want to get to because of the camp. Until I clean up this thing, I won't be able to do the security mission that seems to be stopping me finishing the quest at the camp. Or maybe this is now on to the other lady's little quest. I've already maxed out Hernand. It's going to take about 1.5 mil, I'd say, for this other one. I think it's pretty good, Matthew, to be honest. Although I might be a bit biased because I like these kind of games. Of course, it's not perfect. It's a great game. It's one of the best I've seen in a while. But I'll be honest. It depends on what kind of games you like. I think maybe they pushed the puzzles a little bit too far, but this is just my opinion. And they made them very, very vague, so they can be really frustrating. They don't explain enough, what you need to do, which can leave you very confused. And when I say explain, I don't mean literally hold your hand, but just, kind of point you in the right direction. They'll drop you off at a puzzle and that's it, that kind of stuff. The character moves pretty good, but when it comes to defense, it's more like Valheim, kind of thing. And let me see, what else could I say? The exploration is great. Before you get anything of any value, they keep forcing you through the main story, and you're kind of, if you're the kind of player that likes to do all the side stuff, it dries up pretty quick, and you've been forced to. It does a decent balance, let's say, with how you can build your character. But you've got to progress through the witches in the main story for that, so you kind of appreciate what you get on that one. But when it comes to everything else, the game is absolutely brilliant. Kingdom Come, yeah. But yeah, I would give it a pretty high score. It's the best game of its type I've seen in a long time. Now, RPG-wise, yeah, it's a decent enough RPG. But it doesn't, for me, it doesn't have the same bite, let's say, as the likes of Skyrim and that. But it's a much, much different game. When your character does speak, which he does, on most of the quests, there's no back and fro. When the conversation goes, he just skips it, and the guy just keeps, talking as if you answered it. So they'll probably get around to that. That's really not much to talk about. But when you're doing quests, and especially the fort missions, they can leave you confused. They'll mark out certain things that you think you have to take out, which sometimes, if you don't really know what you're doing, can be frustrating and impossible. So they don't explain, what you have to do enough. They're very, very slim on that, especially the puzzles. Yeah, but it's a great game. Out for those little things that kind of frustrate me a bit. I've just found out by experimenting today from where that you can only fit a level 3. That's as high as it goes. So, even though the stats look pretty high, when it goes to 15, but getting them there would, sacrifice everything to get there. That would be a stupid build. So I encourage you to balance it out a bit. I did look into the likes of damage reduction, which is pretty decent. If you're going to go heavy into that. If you're doing a tank build, that would probably be the way. But most players, when they see stats, they'll try to max them, which you can't really do on this, But yeah, great game. Now, okay, wields massive axes with ease. I started overarms always stand against him. His heavy strikes can break through enemy defenses and tear through a battlefield in an instant. Character menu and select okay, perfect. I can switch now. You can prepare to reconstruct Pauline by starting the reconstruct Pauline quest. We'll get that one. This process involves mission dispatches and construction phases, which naturally lead to the next stage of development. If you run into any uncertainty, simply follow the quest objectives and tackle each mission one by one. Seems okay. Yeah, that's the next thing I really need to do. Oh, nice. So we can, there. Yeah. Although Pauline is battle against Ludwig, here's still home for it to be reconstructed. Now this is probably the dispatch missions. So what I really wanted to do today is just finish this chapter. This is as far as I'm prepared to go without really getting into the exploration, guys. I'm trying to do the side quests and getting the witches out. When we deal with as much as we can with the side quests, exploration missions, then we'll push on. If I finish the main story too soon, it doesn't really compound me enough to maybe finish all of it, you know? And there is no wind resist gear. Yeah? Okay, what's that one there? Oh, it's the new ones we have. Oh, I'll check those in a moment. What the? Fire breeding pack. Find a person looking for a great mate. Someone looking for a stretch. Blah blah blah. That's some of the tools, I suppose. Now, okay. This is what I've done with this guy so far. So you can see the stats on this guy. Which is not bad. Mostly defense, because I haven't got to the offensive witches yet. So 127 on defense. Movement speed is not really a thing. I'm level 8 on ice resistance, but that's mostly because of the armor. The other one's on the side. Now, even though it is 9 out of 15 for damage reduction, it's actually not counting the shield. But once I go into combat and pull out the shield, it goes up to 12. So that gives me a lot of leeway to take damage with this character. Well, that's not too bad. I can improve him a bit. I want to have maybe a two-handed with the mighty foe stuff on that to see if I can, weaken the bosses with it. But I haven't given me a ton of trouble too far. Because I've kind of concentrated on this guy. Yeah, out from getting the cloak I want and, fixing that up, that's pretty much, or maybe getting another ring or something better. That's all I can do for the time being with this guy, but he's handling pretty well. Now the region where I found most of this armor I really want to explore. See if I can find the cloak. I'm assuming that cloak is there. Now, let's see. Well, first of all, let's save this. So seeing that we're okay on this, we can save on number 1. We're back to our own character. We can probably switch to the orc. Now, when I'm not streaming, what I'll do is... okay, we can't actually. Yeah. It was just that one time. Both of them actually. Wow. So I won't be able to do anything with those for a while. Pretty much, yeah. Probably wind slash then. Yeah. I much prefer the stuff that's kind of passive. We hit someone X amount of times and it releases it. I don't want to be thinking about pushing other buttons and stuff. But I think everyone prefers passive stuff. Okay, let's save this. And we'll just check back at the camp. Just get this guy ready and see what we want to do now. So... Oh yeah, it won't even let us do the chapters, I'd say, until we yeah. There it is there, yeah. Okay, we're finished that. 7, we're on chapter 8. Healing Pauling. Now I don't mind doing that. Probably. Yeah, we'll just go back to the camp. And thanks for following, Nate. Appreciate it. And welcome. I think so, you know.
You holding up? Come, walk with me.
Oh, sugar, I just walked into that, didn't I? What am I actually on? Yeah, okay, we'll see what he has to say. If he gives us some silly story and then we just have to do it through dispatch.
Our land.
Yeah.
I just wish
But if he's going to drag me
to
into another battle again, I just want to explore for a while.
As it must.
Maybe strengthen this character a little more. But we'll see what he has to say anyway. Where is he? Yeah, go on. But I think he's just going to show me the damage, isn't he?
There's plenty that needs fixing. Homes in ruin, walls in shambles, fields.
Yeah, it'll be kind of fun to send in the gang to fix it up.
You've got your hands full.
Better than just sitting on them. With time, Payloon will be standing proud again. I don't know if Dwayne's told you this, but he's planning to stay and help rebuild.
Wow.
Because of Ludwig.
Aye. Guilt still hangs heavy on him. He'll get the town ready to welcome back its residents.
Oh.
There's no doubt he's the best.
Yeah, it looks modest enough from here, but I didn't really check it, to be honest. Oh yeah, it is quite big, isn't it?
For the job.
The jackals are done.
But the buildings look kind of more wooden and temporary towards the likes of Hernan.
But the Black Bears
No,
are
you've
the
got
real
those stone
problem.
buildings.
For Payloon to be rid of them, we need to take down Muirden. We know where he's headed. We should press the advantage while we have it. It's time to finish this bear hunt.
Oh, if he's pushing me on a quest, guys, I'm not having it. But we'll see. That's me to go kill other guys again. Just want to settle more into the game.
It seems Muirden
Yeah,
has fled
it does.
to Demonis.
Interesting.
Hernan is more of a
We
kind
found
of
signs
medieval
the
kind of
Black
look.
Bears are moving that way as well. Naira and Andrew are looking into it, so we should know more soon. I've got something to give you.
Oh,
What is it?
A letter, given to me by a mysterious woman clad all in white.
another witch letter.
Asked me to give it to you, when the time was right.
Really need to get my
And
hands
this,
on a witch that
I
can give
wanted
me
to
some
give you
decent
myself.
spears. Yeah, it might be worth it for this.
Jian's journal. Found it in the fortress. I thought you should have it.
Thanks.
Okay, let's see. Main quest, healing, Pauling. Read the letter. Okay, let's read the letter. My name is Megu, and I hail from the eastern continent across the sea. While traveling here with my sister, we were attacked and now find ourselves in grave danger. So I send this letter in haste. While Croc has promised to deliver it, so I write with hope that it reaches you safely. Please do not turn a deaf ear to our plea, I beg of you. Follow the path now. This is the witches, gotta be. Go to the location on the letter. Now let's see. Oh, this thing. Right. Troubling since blah 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 blah. What you see the correct. Okay. La 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 la. Yeah, we'll just spam through this, guys, in case we get some information. I'm more of a lore thing, really, than anything else. My god, it really goes on, doesn't it? Ah, here we go. Shapers of the Future. We did a faction quest for some reason.
Yeah, what do you want?
Ah, it was kind of hidden, wasn't it? Now let's see. What faction quest did we actually do? I don't know. It's done anyway, so... it could be any one of these. Oh, it's definitely here. Crimson Desert Commissions. No, that's a new one. Yeah, there it is. Shapers of the Future. Yeah, we've definitely opened up a lot of little side quests. These are the ones that say we're going to be mostly. Especially here. Yeah, I don't know how many of these. I don't know what we have to do to open up this guy's quest. But the grey main stuff, definitely. They're the ones I'm really interested in. Secure resources. You see what I mean? Can't really finish that until we get on a friendly terms with these guys. Yeah, still a lot missing. Okay, let's see. I think we could save it here because... Oh, where was that one? Where was it, the witches? No, it's definitely not the witches. No problem, no problem. What was that quest we just... sugar. Here. Knowledge acquired, knowledge. Shapers, knowledge. That's in the forest anyway. I'm sure we'll find it. I wonder, is it marked? I don't even think it's marked. I don't know what quest it was. Obviously in the faction quest. So it's probably one of these. That should be safe. Umbria Order. Oh, that's just the Phantoms. Pauline requests. Apparently I've done one. Pauline Melita. I think we're okay. It's that one there, isn't it? No. I have no clue. The missing contract and a chest full of gold. Yeah, the lady who said she was from the east. What faction is that under? It doesn't matter anyway. Yeah, I would like to know, to be honest. Haven't a clue, actually, where that is. Okay, let's read the letter. Maybe that might enlighten us a little bit. That's the two I just want to keep away from for a while. There it is, here. The Eastern Continent. Yeah. How do we follow up on this quest? Yeah, it just says follow the path this letter takes you. Obviously it's a quest. That's a pity. Well, that's the Great Main Camp anyway. It's hardly here. It does sound like a request, so it could be in one of these. No, I can't find it. I know it's here somewhere, obviously. It's gotta be. That's definitely not the witches. No, it's not Scholarstone anywhere. It's not those guys. Well, it's got to be from Pauline here, isn't it? Yeah, here's the Minotaur. It's definitely not. Oh, here it is. Shadows of the. Talk to the. No, that's a different one. I prefer to back out of this for a minute then, to be honest. This is how it's gonna go. I got a ton of those Spine of the Earth thing there, just rubbish. The Frost Warden. No, none of them really even look. Nah, let's back out of here. We'll get that later. I've got too much to do with this character and too much exploring. Yeah, we can do that a little later. The quests are pretty safe. I'll come in when I'm not streaming, do a safety save and figure out who this lady is and where the quest is. Kind of seems interesting. Probably some other spot we've got to go to. Probably be held back for a bit. I'm more interested now in doing a little bit, maybe with the witches. But that was a letter alright from the witches, but we still haven't dealt with the one we have here, so what's the point? I still got 25 minutes, guys. So bring this guy back and we'll try one of the Phantoms. Now let's see. And yeah, it's still on the meet him. Yeah, we can leave him for a while. This game doesn't bug out because of that. Right, let's get out of here. I just thought it would give me a clear little thing to do. Right, let's just get back here. Where are we again? Down here. Yeah, let's clean up this guy. And we'll see if we can get at least one of the witches' places out. I mostly just wanted to explore on this. But I think getting that chapter out will open up a bit more for us to do. Now, what do I need to do here? There's a ton of... Oh yeah. Let's have a look at this junk. Two-handed weapon. Nice. It's pretty close to the one we already have. Well, I could always change some of the stuff on that. The fence or Petros gain. The fence is kind of useless, to be honest. Especially this. Oh, what's that? Ah, I got a ring, guys. A Pauline signet ring. That I could fix, I suppose. It's got attack and critical rate. No attack speed, but still. Yeah. I want to be changing this guy here. This one just has attack speed. We're going down in speed, but there it is. I can get around to fixing that later. I'd probably rather have the critical rate. Let's see. Attack, yeah, it's one or the other really, isn't it? No, it's going up with the mark of darkness now. Yeah, the signet ring seems to be a little better. Now, I'll save that other ring so I can probably pass it down to the guys. We'll check as well and see if there's any missions to fix up anything. I don't even know if we have time for one of the Centums. It's either that or a bit of exploring, guys. Now, let's start storing this stuff. Oh, what's this? Melted Ambition. One-handed weapon. Ground surge. Left button, right trigger. Pretty much same as the other one. Let's put it into storage anyway. I'll sort out whether I want to use it later. Not that one. The rest I can store in the house. Now, small cannonball. I don't need those yet. Right. Okay. I think it's probably gotten to the stage where it's probably at crisis level now. As I said before, you know, helping someone is absolutely good. But if it's a system, let's say, where the whole thing gets overcrowded and, you know, if it's more of an economic thing, it doesn't work out too good. But hopefully they'll find a fair balance, you know. I wouldn't like to see, you know, any legitimate person, you know, not get a chance, you know. Yeah. More from pressure, I suppose, than anything else. But as I said before, I can't see the big picture on this. But let's say every country within the EU would have a good bit of leverage within its own laws, you know. I don't think I've seen anything from the EU stating that, you know, if it's not out from the treaty they signed, I think it was in 1950, you know, to help asylum seekers, you know, in fear of their life for political or, how can I say this, political or, you know, stuff, let's say, that they're fearful. That's okay. But it seems to be turning into a kind of economic, you know, kind of thing. There is a lot of events in the world, let's say, that's, you know, really spurring this. But in honesty, you know, I would have to assume that most people would rather stay in their home countries, you know, if things were stable. I think efforts should be, without interfering, obviously, you know, too much, to try and stabilize these countries, you know. I know a lot of people will say that, you know, why should we bother with that? But you can see, you know, why we should bother with something like that. And it's probably the right thing to do. But this, like everything else, is just a phase. It will obviously, one way or another, sort itself out. Yeah, absolutely. I think the biggest gripe that most people have with this system is how long it takes to do that. And the biggest, strangely enough, the guys on the other side, and both are right, have a gripe with how long it takes to assess an application. You know, here it can take years. And even there was one instance where somebody was denied their application, but still managed to hang around for a couple of years later for some reason, slipped through the cracks. It only comes to light, unfortunately, when somebody who does that, let's say, does something really horrible, and then this highlights the whole system all over again, you know. But it's such a new problem. It's definitely going to take some time to sort things out, even though, in my opinion, it's taken too long. Yeah, it's a sticky one, all right. Okay.
Care for a drink?
You want the finest work? You've come to the right place.
Okay, we can just sell the junk and we can get out of here. Just to trim this. I ain't gonna get rid of these. No, I'll hold them because I'll need them for messing about later. And it's not like I need the room. There.
Masterpieces are... If you need gear, you come and find me.
Oh, when I have some time, I'll just come in and clean up, but we will check and see if that Pauline needs some kind of reconstruction. Yeah, in circumstances, let's say where somebody is there illegally and they're working or whatever, I see a big push, let's say, on a kind of roundup. But I don't know. The way I tend to look at it is if governments were serious about this Fumar, let's say, not debating the rights and wrongs of it, obviously, but let's say if governments were serious, they would have some really sticky punishments for employers who employed people that were not entitled to be there. And that would really shut up shop. But governments seem to be unable or unwilling to do this. So maybe out from some small fines or whatever the case may be, yeah, it's not enough of an incentive, you know. But stuff like, you know, if you're caught 3 times doing this, we're shutting down your business kind of thing, you know. That's that kind of stuff, you know. Now, a way, let's say, you'll always need workers, let's say, willing to do stuff maybe that natural citizens would not be interested in. There is probably another way of doing it. Again, I don't know how right or wrong it is, would be, you know, issue temporary visas for that. You know, maybe a 1 or 2 or 5 year visa. And then at the end of that, you know, if everything worked out, it could be extended again. Now, the problem with this is if you're in a situation where you've got a work visa to work in a certain place, and if you lose that job, you lose your visa, well, an employer would be in a pretty good position, let's say, to exploit you. So government would have to step in there. It's a complicated one, you know. There's probably ways, but as long as employers, you know, employ people. Now, obviously, it's not as simple as that. You know, they'll be trying to keep their costs down, and they will be working cheaper than they should, which, you know, kind of highlights the exploitation thing. Mm. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. There's obviously kind of stages of it, you know. I don't know much about it at all. I'm just, trying to apply some kind of logic to it. Yeah, as far as I know, with the system, um, they'd still be paying their taxes. The only problem is um, they weren't legitimately told they could stay. Which you can see the contradiction in this. If you're literally, paying your taxes or whatever the case may be, the government knows exactly where you are. Mm. Yeah, horrible situation. So there's two sides to it: the displacement of the population that's already in the country, and the exploitation of the people coming in. But you'll always get greedy corporations, and I've seen it here in the beginning. It was shut down, but in my opinion, it took too long to shut it down. Yeah, but I don't really know the ins and outs from country to country. Even my own country, I have a fair idea, but I don't claim to know everything. But if we're talking about it logically, and what could you do to do something about this? Probably the visa system. If they could safeguard that, they wouldn't be exploited and literally extorted by employers. It would be a hard one to do. To be honest, we've seen this really not work through history for quite some time. But I think starting off with a system where an application can be processed, pretty decently and pretty quickly. A system where, there's enough infrastructure to cope and enough jobs and stuff. Maybe, yeah. Yeah. But it is a very, very sensitive subject, and I can understand, people against this because, why would you invite people, let's say, into your country that's going to compete with you and your kids for the resources that's there? This I absolutely understand. You would probably look at it, well, I've been paying taxes for 50 years. My dad and his dad before him, it was on the sweat of our brow that built this country up. So why now that we have to compete with people who didn't invest as much? I can absolutely understand. Yeah. You could have a person on a legal visa to do, maybe it's for education or maybe it's for a certain amount of hours in a certain place, and there would be kind of moonlighting some other work. Yeah, of course. I would absolutely believe that. It's possible. Yeah. But Fumar, I can't see anything being fixed unless there's an absolute new system. This is a side effect of other things. It's a side effect of outside entities too much on government, And you know who I'm talking about. I'm always talking about them. It's the money and the power of large corporations. They've done a lot of push, let's say. A country can stand to benefit, obviously, as well, even through corporations with, brain drains and skill drain and stuff like that. Yeah. But if you were in an ideal world, you would start right from the core, from the beginning, and kind of work your way out. Easy for me to say, of course it is. And most likely I'm talking dribble. But it just seems that way to me. Fun setups. Well, yeah, in the past 50 years, let's say the middle class has definitely been squeezed, adding a lot more to the you know, the poor class. And this is not a guess or an estimation. This is, you know, some stated statistics. And that's obvious. Obviously, the reasons for this, depending on who you talk to or what their belief in, can vary. But the facts are real, you know. There's less of a disposable income, let's say, for the middle class. The rich class are getting bigger and bigger.
Good to see you.
With more and more profit. And there's more and more of a percentage of people in need, you know. There would have been the guys that did the railroad mining and stuff in the beginning, the start of it, especially since the Industrial Revolution, of course. Yeah. Well, in Europe anyway, at least. Yeah. Well, it kind of varies. I don't know. Every country sets their own rules on tax. But one I was surprised to hear. Apparently, if you're an American citizen, even if you're working abroad and not living in the country, you still pay taxes to that country. It's actually not like that here. Yeah, if let's say I'm Irish and I'm a citizen.
Greetings, Graham.
So if I was even working in the UK or the US or Australia, I would just have to pay the Australian tax. But kind of strange. I don't know how many countries actually do that. I've heard that's the case. Yeah.
We'll need more planks. The floor has to be reinforced.
Yeah. Yeah, because now you're double taxed. You know what I mean? I'm sure everyone would want to do as much as they can, you know, to help their country, but I think that might be kind of a bit much, you know. But that's their law and they're entitled to do it.
Hail.
And as far as I know, you know, people are happy with it, so yeah, I see no problem if that's the way they want to go. I'm just saying that it doesn't happen here. Now there has been in the past 10 years, so there has been property taxes introduced here, which is it's still very very debatable. I know it's pretty common in other countries, but it kind of works out like maybe 120, 130 bucks per maybe, let's say, well, maybe about, yeah, something like
Brains, do ya?
150 for anything under €500,000 and stuff like that. Yeah, it's still kind of reasonable, but people are still, you know, it's for us it's a bitter pill to swallow. Where you've got to pay the government for living in your own property
We'll need more
that you
planks.
bought and paid for.
Floor has to be
you know?
reinforced.
Yeah, it's still, you know, it's still a bitter pill.
Good to see you.
You will still get taxed. Again, I've just heard it. I'm not familiar with, you know, with the law end of it, you know, and stuff like that. But well, if most of the majority of people are not happy with the system, they can still vote. You know, maybe bring up a bill. Yeah, I was just surprised to hear that one. And this I found out quite recently. No, I'm not saying the system is wrong or right, it's just different from here. But there might be underlying circumstances in the US, let's say, that make that a reasonable ask. I don't know enough about it to cast an opinion, and I think I wouldn't be entitled to either. That seems to be a thing that's universal. You know, if you've got into fights and stuff, or if you've been criminally charged, Yeah. That seems to be a thing. I don't know, probably depends on the severity of it, I suppose. But yeah, that's here too as well. N9 country. What's I'm not familiar with that. An N9. Yes, tends to happen too, yeah. But still, oh, yeah. I think in regards to that and circumstances, I think, you know, there should be obviously exceptions here and there, but that would be a kind of law problem, wouldn't it? You know, where it got to the stage where, you know, someone from an organization that they were literally paid to protect you and uphold your rights, think they're above the law. So that would be a system that would have to be fixed, you know, which best to look on that because we can't seem to do it here, and this is a pretty small place. That's always going to be a problem with large institutions, you know, getting them to investigate themselves and regulate themselves. Always a problem. Yeah. Yeah. But, you know, in an ideal world, when you prove yourself innocent, you know, it shouldn't be on record. Now, I heard someone say that you can actually get that removed from your record with a big ball of cash. Yeah, I think somebody was saying he had something like that, which kind of sounds kind of horrible. Yeah. But I've heard so many stories like that. And it's horrible, always horrible to see. Yeah. Yeah? Unbelievable. So even though you've proved innocence, you still have a record. Well, the guy who broke the law probably got a pay rise and a promotion. A horrible system. But it's everywhere, you know. Some organizations, when given too much power with no accountability, end up more like gangs, you know. Now let's dump off this, guys. I don't know if we have enough time. We might do a little bit of exploring. Oh, I'm up to my 4 hours. Yeah, this is one of my random streams, so I better get some sleep. Yeah, let me get rid of this. At least I managed to get... I got that chapter done anyway. Didn't get to do the witches thing. Oh, there we are.
I'll keep it safe. You have my... Bring me whatever you want, Pat.
Here, let me save it here. At least we got this done. So that was it. We didn't do too bad. In 4 hours we managed to run through an entire chapter. So we're at the stage in the game now. It's chapter 8. I'd like to do as much of the side stuff and exploration as possible. And a little nitty gritty stuff. Yeah, there has been cases where, let's say, innocent people have pleaded guilty, and you would say to yourself, why would you do such a thing? But if you're in a hopeless situation, and if you've got a deal saying, okay, plead guilty to this and we'll give you either no charges or very minimal jail time, maybe a couple of months. But if you're found guilty and, we think we have enough evidence, you're going away for 10 years. Maybe you've got a family and you just can't do that. I can see, where, unfortunately, I can see where an innocent person would declare themselves guilty in such circumstances. It is definitely a fault, Or maybe, I do know that it's actually legal for a police officer to lie to someone he's questioning. He can say, well, we've got DNA and fingerprints placing you there. And, we're going to prosecute you and really put you away. But let's save the court time, Admit you're guilty and we'll cut a deal. Which I think is kind of horrible. And you would say, well, if you knew such a thing, that obviously your DNA is not there, your fingerprints, why would you say you did? Well, people do silly, stupid things when they're scared. Long interrogations and lack of sleep and that. It can affect one's judgment. Absolutely. Yeah. It's in the news. Absolved. Yeah. Well, lots of people have been, let's say, charged in certain crimes, and then as DNA evidence advanced, found out they were absolutely innocent. With a jury and trial system, based on the evidence they have, it can happen. Absolutely. And then there's been some horrible cases where, maybe evidence was tampered, or evidence was really vital evidence was withheld from defense. Again, there's another case. You would have to think to yourself, in a law system where it's there to protect the innocent and punish the guilty, why a person that's prosecuting for a state or a country or whatever the case may be would have evidence proving someone's innocence, but yet not part with that so he could get a conviction. Maybe because the system is kind of geared up like a kind of video game, where you have a success rate, and from there you can probably get into public office and that. I think it's a horrible system. I think it should be about truth, obviously, and innocence. But there has been times, I suppose, unfortunately. But, judging a man in a court of law it's never about a tally score. It shouldn't be, at least. Well, people would say that everyone, would say they're innocent, and they'd probably be right. But there is a few that actually is. But it's like a kind of boy who cried wolf, not as an individual, but, I would say the vast, vast, vast majority of people, even guilty, would say they're innocent. The burden of proof, obviously, is on the state, but even with what seems to be overwhelming evidence, there can be times when an innocent man is convicted. Yeah, it's a pity. Well, they're entitled to, of course. Yeah. Yeah. Right, I think I'll leave it here, guys. It's coming up to 6 a.m. for me. I haven't had much of a sleep, and seeing as this is one of my kind of random streams, I am due for my official stream on Tuesday. So I think I'll use tomorrow just to rest a bit. Yeah, I've been so tired lately. Well, I'd say the golden rule for me would be, whether you're innocent or guilty, when you're accused of a crime or arrested or whatever the case may be, you would stay silent, you would contact your lawyer and get him to sort it out. Not because you're guilty or anything. No, there is a kind of drawback in a sense. If you, I think they call it in the US the right to remain silent. If you plead the fifth or something they call it, any story you come up with after that is suspect. But the problem is that giving a story, even if it is factually true, places you in certain places, and I've never seen it really help a case. The burden of proof should always be on the accusers. It has obviously been taken advantage of. Some police forces will kind of insinuate that, okay, you want to play that game, well, they'll make it feel like you've made a mistake. But the more you talk, the worse it becomes for you. You just tell them that, no comment, that kind of stuff. It's just as simple as that, really. And not because you're innocent or guilty, it's because it's your right to do as a citizen, It's not up to you to prove something, it's up to them, And surely enough, if they've got enough evidence on you, you won't be, well, basically if somebody says come clean, admit to something you didn't do because we know you did it and we've got the evidence, they wouldn't be asking you to come clean. If they have the evidence, you'd be just locked up. It's as simple as that. So there's something wrong there. Absolutely, yeah. But as I pointed before, that even after making a motion to discover, get any evidence, let's say, from the prosecution that might help you, there has been times in history where evidence was withheld, or witnesses were withheld, and probably, 20 years after blamed as a kind of mix-up or something. So you're never truly safe, so you're better off keeping your mouth shut, Many people, are probably incarcerated today, and some of them have been exonerated because they just wouldn't keep their mouth shut. Yeah. Now, is it a shield for people that's guilty? Of course it is. But either way, the police would have to gather enough reliable evidence. It's possible. It happens everywhere. Sometimes it gets out, but the vast majority of cases stay secret. Yeah. Well, if you haven't got a ton of cash for a fancy lawyer, I suppose, or if you haven't got enough people backing you, I think. Well, I've seen it in other countries, Fumar, and it's really not about skin color or religion or something. It's more about, the strong versus the weak. Well, from what I've seen, but I've never lived in countries where there was a large, let's say, kind of African heritage area. Yeah. It's just that if you can't afford to give yourself a really obscene, pricey lawyer, I suppose, you'll have less of a chance of, proving your innocence, which I think it's a horrible situation, And then there's mess ups here and there. Yeah, he was homeless. Yeah. Well, the weak have always been a target, Some people get into organizations not because they like to protect the law, it's because they get a kind of thrill from it, to that kind of authority and stuff. I think maybe that a kind of psychological assessment, maybe, before you join an organization like that, might help. And if you have a kind of history of, let's say, running fast and free with your authority, or if you've been, doing that for a while, you should get the sack. And when I say the sack, I mean not go maybe 20 miles down the road and get hired again by another organization. I mean you should be out completely. It would save a lot of lawsuits as well. Or maybe have an individual insurance on you. Obviously the state would pay, but if there was so many claims against you, your insurance would be preposterous. A police organization could probably hire 20 officers for what you would cost because of your premium is on insurance. Individual insurance might work, I suppose. Maybe. I don't know how you'd implement something like that, but who knows? Yeah, but if someone, let's say in a position of authority, uses that authority to basically steamroll over you and your constitutional rights and the law, yeah, they should pay for it dearly. Even more so than an ordinary citizen, because they are in a position to really hurt someone, Yeah, examples should be made. And not hushed up, or sweetheart deals, so they call them. That's ridiculous. I see some stuff like that. I'm assuming they're exceptions. They've got to be exceptions, but still horrible to see. As I said about media, obviously, they won't show a police officer, let's say, helping an old lady across the street or doing some good stuff. But, showing them doing bad stuff obviously sells. I'm not defending it in any way, but I'm saying I have to assume that they do a lot more good. It's just there's some bad guys there that have gone too far. But you can still hold the organization accountable for not seeing the signs and removing these bad apples. Because what it's doing to the organization is it's basically kind of eroding trust a lot. And when they start cleaning up this with almost zero tolerance to people who think they're above the law working for them, then things will improve. Oh, absolutely. I have to assume that the vast majority of people who do that are doing it for the right reasons. Yeah. But you can still, let's say, criticize the organization for not punishing the bad guys. They only seem to punish them when things have gotten way out of hand. Yeah. I know, let's say in the US they have something, well, we have something similar as well. I think it's called internal affairs, where, they would track down, corrupt people, whatever the case may be. I think much like here in the US, they would use ex-police officers. I think maybe that might be, again, I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with them, but when you hire ex-police officers, you're kind of compromising it, I think. Maybe there should be some kind of thing where you could kind of train, not, let's say, to go into the police force and then eventually on to internal affairs, but maybe just straight to internal affairs, so you'd have no kind of friendships with people or sympathies, let's say, something that you could kind of lean on if you wanted to ignore certain evidence, a kind of neutral, I think they call it bipartisan kind of look on it, I suppose. And again, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the system, but it just seems like, it would be a better system. I've had some thoughts myself, let's say, on the system here, which I think is pretty compromised. Here is called the Ombudsman, and they just deal with minor stuff. Like some Garda, which is our police officers, if they maybe were a little rough on a kid, pushing him into the back of a car, or they were overstepping their boundaries, you would make a complaint to the ombudsman. They would in turn investigate it and always give the Garda a clean slate. The only thing they do is they'll interview the Garda and they'll interview the complainant, and then they'll judge to them and always take the side of the Garda, unless it's too high profile, obviously. I've seen cases where they have not once interviewed any witnesses for the person making the complaint, giving them an excuse to say, oh well, we didn't know. So I think the whole thing is very compromised, to be honest. I thought that maybe if, in Europe that there's, let's say, an ombudsman in my county and there's someone in France, that we kind of switch them over a bit, maybe. Might help, And if they weren't answerable to the Irish government and the French and vice versa. That seems a bit fair. But even fairer again is getting people in from scratch and making sure that they're not paid by the people who are not paid by the people who stand to lose money, because of their work. It doesn't seem logical that you would hire someone to do a good job to make you look bad or cost you money. Even though morally this is the way it's supposed to be, accountability, but it really doesn't work out like that. There would have to be a system, a different organization, something not so controlled by government, where they could basically train people from scratch to do these jobs that would have no affiliation whatsoever. That would be, in my opinion at least, the least compromised answer. This I wouldn't know. But when we say Freemasons, we're not thinking of it, let's say, as a kind of Da Vinci Code kind of thing. It's more like a kind of stuff, well, we're in the same team and I'll cover for you, you cover for me. In that kind of sense, yeah. Yeah, of course. There is a lot of people, I suppose, that would turn a blind eye. I've heard there's laws enacted in some states, which I think it's quite good, that if one of your fellow officers or whatever blatantly commits a crime and you stand by and watch it, you're going down with him as well. Which kind of makes sense. Oh, they're that far in. I don't know. Yeah. And if there are, it's not much of a secret. Yeah. But I suppose the craziness of this world, it wouldn't surprise me. But I think the odds of something like that would be probably slim. But they wouldn't have to really wear rings, It's not about a symbol like that. It's about a tolerance, It's all about tolerance. If you're willing to break or bend the law to protect a fellow worker, and they're willing to do the same for you, it is kind of like a Freemasonship or a cult. But it defeats the whole purpose of why they're there and what they're getting paid for. Yeah. I don't think it might be as literal as that, but if the accessories were dropped, and I suppose there has been times where maybe some crazy guys got together and actually went that far, but I think the massive problem is a kind of protect your own kind of thing, Well, even here, really, they have no right to ask for your ID unless they've got some, serious stuff. However, when you're driving a vehicle, they can at any time ask you for ID, and you don't even have to commit a violation, just to check if, they basically kind of work as cops and road mechanics. Making sure you've got the appropriate tax on your vehicle and insurance, and your car isn't kind of driving around on bald tires kind of thing. The problem with this system is it can be twisted too much. It can be used as a weapon. A policeman who doesn't like you could pull you over and mess up your day, just because they feel like it. Yeah, it's a system that can be abused, you know. But I can definitely understand, let's say, if you were in a situation in an organization where you've got pretty dangerous work and you've got a partner and you basically, protect each other's back. Of course I do. Whether it's in the theatre of war or, let's say, on the street. So it would be a hard thing if maybe your partner is suffering from some problems and tends to take it out on the people, let's say, that he arrests and whatever. It is a hard call, but still, it's a matter of right and wrong. If you let something go too far, it always ends in tragedy. But I can understand, I'd imagine so, of course. But the way I look at all organizations and police forces and juries and judges and everything, everyone involved in this, Fumar, is human. Humans have a lot of flaws. You could meet someone that's, really prejudiced. This is not uncommon. Someone that's biased or someone that just hates your guts, that will use their position to make your life miserable because it makes them feel better. It's kind of like the schoolyard bully kind of thing that's been promoted to a hall monitor. You give a person with that kind of mindset a weapon backed by an entire organization that he feels pretty confident that they will cover from, you're going to get chaos, It can be hidden for a while, and then unfortunately when something tragic happens it comes to light, by then it's too late, But I think people deserve accountability and stuff. And I am not, beating on the organization, they deserve a lot of respect. But what I'm saying is, there's elements within that organization, as in all organizations, that need to be cleaned up. And it looks to the public in general that they're not doing a good job because of this, protect your buddy kind of system, Which again, I kind of half understand, But I think if you take a note and if you're getting paid for a job to do a certain thing, and you're in a position like that, you'd have to do it to your best of your ability. And if you're watching a crime happening and you're letting it happen because you know the person or the person is a friend of yours, you're compromised. You shouldn't be doing that job. That's just my take on it. But under no circumstances am I, not beating up on those guys. Absolutely, the vast majority of them deserve the respect they get. It's just the guys that need to be removed. And it's not just that organization. We could say the same about corporations, about governments, about everything. It's just something that's really human, But the fact that something could be done about it, it really erodes the trust on something, and that's a shame, But okay, let's leave it here, guys. So, I am mega tired, and I'm starting to rave now. So, I will be back, definitely won't be back tomorrow, I'm too tired for a random stream, but I will be back on my original schedule. Tuesday evening, Friday evening, Saturday evening, Eastern Standard Time. Hope to see you then if you've got the time. Until then, guys, take care and stay safe. So, goodbye, Fumar, Wolf. Who else have we got? Fumar, Wolf. Matthew's on, thanks for stopping in. Dorchet, of course. have a good one, and Jaeger, have a good one, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Also, Blonde, Tigger, Hufflepuff, Terry, Randy, if you're watching. Have a wonderful rest of your week, ladies. And we have Scantron and Jacko. And, of course, Dimitrov. And thanks again for following. Have a good one, guys. And I've obviously missed a few, so I have apology to whoever I might have missed. And again, thanks everyone for watching. Yeah, back day after tomorrow, Tuesday evening and the weekend. Hope to see you then if you have the time. And you too, somewhere. Take care. So again, thanks for the support, guys, and for listening to an old idiot rave on. So yeah, let's see who's streaming. And this will take me a little bit. I'm on Xbox, you'll just get that screen, but yeah, the usual. I'll lurk on this until I fall asleep, which won't be too long. So let's see who's out there.